Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise. On his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.
Yes, we are live. We are live with Dr. Ade once again. School is in. Let me remove this banner and show her beautiful face.
Oh,
But she's not just one of beauty. She brings the receipts. She brings the facts. And like we're going to get taught tonight. There are a lot of people who are not going to like what she has to say. A lot of people are anticipating what she has to say because they know after 45 plus years of study, she has to know something. And there are even professors who are stuck in the muck and mire of their old research that's no longer relevant, that don't want Dr. Ade to come out and share what she's sharing. And yes, I said 45 years plus of research. And people are going to say, wait a second, how is it that she started researching from the age of 1? Because surely she can't be over 45 years of age. I got you with that one, but it's the truth. It's the truth.
Stop. Okay.
Listen, I'm going to tell you, listen, you're being preserved for a reason. And I have to say, listen, I'm going to say it. Let's get this out the way. You are a very beautiful woman. And I know that you broke a lot of hearts. That's all I'll say on sight alone. But there's much more to you than a pretty face. It's not just what's on the outside, but it's what's going on inside your brain and between the ears. And I have to say that I thank you for all that you've done. I'm going to say that every single show and what you're leaving for us. But I have to say, you ain't leaving no time soon. So talk to us about the topic.
Someone's at my door. Keep talking.
Hey, you know, that means it's going to be a good show tonight. The interruptions will come. I also want to say to everybody who's in the listening audience and the viewing audience that up on the mountain here, we have had in the whole area little glitches where our internet went down for a few minutes and it comes up, it goes down. So if I happen to fall off, bear with me because that's been happening. I guess they're doing some work and stuff like that to improve certain things. But I had internet this morning, woke up, it was gone after, you know, I came back, it was on. I went to the place and they said, hey, this has been going on all over. So on that note, if I fall off, it means that I fell off on that type of glitch. Fret not because you won't fall off, Dr. Day, because we're on the cloud. We're in the cloud. So that being said, I'm so looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Starting at a good time. And that's a raging question. Which came first? The African male or the African female? But I know that you had some other things, as we discussed a few moments before, that you said you wanted to put in the front of your lecture tonight, and it was very spirited. And I say, don't hold back. They had a song back in the late 70s, if you can remember, by a group called Chanson, and it said, don't hold back. If you feel good, do it. Nah, 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 nah. See the glow on your face? I know you know that song. I go back too. But yeah, don't hold back. We need you. Somebody has to be at the forefront of speaking the truth as it needs to be spoken. You're not a coward. And you have more testicular fortitude than a lot of these Christian pastors, a lot of these men who call themselves leaders. And I can say it the way I want to say it. Most of those guys don't have no balls. Excuse my French. But you do, symbolically. So please, teach us. And welcome.
Thank you. Hello, beloved, wherever you are in the world. Wow, so much is going on right now. And I came in a few minutes ago, and there I go with my note. I don't know why. I start talking and my nose starts itching. Anyway, I turned on the TV and Lance was on live, and he was talking about these distractions. And the more I listen, the more I realize that, Lance, we're on the same wavelength right now. But that's the way spirit works. We're on the same wavelength, because I'm looking at these war distractions. And I'm concerned because I see Black African people getting all tied up in knots over these European or Caucasian wars that have nothing to do with us. We have been brainwashed into thinking that these things involve us when they don't. What am I talking about? As usual, my mind is running faster than my mouth can keep up with. What I'm going to say now is current with what is happening right now. There's an old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now, within the context of that old saying, our friends in Europe, as well as our friends in the Middle East, are killing each other. And it has nothing to do with us. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What they are doing to each other is beneficial to us. But since we are all tied up in our heads first, we're all tied up in their religions, alien religions and cultures, and so concerned with finding ourselves within what they have written about themselves. We feel like we are duty bound to find ourselves in what they have written. Yes, I know that we are in there because we had already documented spiritual laws, universal laws, and all these things and concepts thousands and thousands of years before they were even on the planet. Yeah, I'm getting into that. I wouldn't make the statement if I couldn't back it up. And I'm not afraid to back it up. I never have been. Okay. So I know that they have, I won't say borrowed, they've plagiarized our knowledge, history, so many things. And those written documents, guess where they are right now? At the Vatican, underground. The Vatican of the Catholic Church has an underground library 3 miles long, well lighted, well equipped with technology, so that you can then go to the internet and find extra things and tie things together. It is well equipped. Think of a library, 3 miles long, with nothing but our stolen documents from floor to ceiling. 3 miles of it. That's how much there is. Now, once you conceptualize 3 miles of African knowledge that is recorded and kept away from us, think about how long our people have lived, being Homo sapien, sapiens, the doubly wise, anatomically correct human beings. They say anatomically modern. So everything about us is modern. What does that say about them? If they are the ones, they're scientists, they're paleontologists, they're genetic scientists, say, and have written and have classified African people as being the only Homo sapiens sapiens, the doubly wise, anatomically modern human being. What does that say about them? What are they saying about themselves through their silence? They don't talk about it. You know, that's one way of lying. Not telling the truth is just another way of lying. You know the truth, but you don't talk it. That's also lying. So we are so tied up with them through their religions and their cultures. These 3 Abrahamic religions, all 3 of them. You know the ones I'm talking about. So one wrote the Torah, and then here come the Christians thousands of years later, and they wrote a Bible using the same creation story. And then another group comes along and they wrote the Quran. They're the youngest. And some of them are trying to say that they are the oldest. No, you're not. You know you're not. And you need to stop referring to African people as the Asiatic black man. What kind of Asiatic? How did Asia come into it? All those hundreds of thousands of years that African people stayed on the continent until population explosion made people start looking for some greener pastures, right? They started spreading out. At a time around 100,000 years ago, or some say 70,000 to be official about it, when they went up into Europe, we were not the only ones on this earth. Those 3 holy books, scriptures, they don't talk about these other beings that were on the earth. Why not? They didn't know. And if they knew, they kept quiet about it. But since that study by National Geographic, that DNA study, that mtDNA study, that busted everything out. They can't hide it. So now on television, all you can see, you know, you've got these documentaries about who or what, more what than who. The Neanderthals and the Denisovans. Why? Because those are their ancestors. And that DNA study, mtDNA study, told it all. Africans don't have any of those genes. Period. You know, the doubly wise, anatomically modern human beings, the ones who created civilization while they were still stuck in those caves, eating raw meat. So here we are. You've got folks all mixed up in the writers of, you know, the Torah. They're all mixed up. They don't know their heads from a pineapple. They don't know which way to go. Well, how should we feel about it? And they are twisting themselves into pretzels, trying to explain why some of them are over in the Middle East fighting for the enemy against the other enemy. I can't make this shit up. Oh, I'm sorry. Who could make this stuff up? Both are our enemies. Both are still enslaving us. Both of them. And you're trying to figure out intellectually why you're all up in that and in that army and in America, churches having prayer services for our two enemies. Go figure that out. Who could make this up? Who? And I'm sitting back watching this insanity. They don't understand that the enemy of our enemy is our friend.
Dr. Day, let me just interject really quick after you said you can't make this shit up. Just allow me to do this for a few seconds.
No, 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 no.
You're bad.
I just had to stick that in there. I'll be quiet. Carry on.
No. I want people to chime in. I want someone to make sense out of this. We have lost what little of our minds we have left. And you have people all over TikTok, all over YouTube, you know, holding long discussions about ancient lands that they were supposed to have been privy to, or I don't hurt my head over it. I don't. Let them go at it. But we are in the fifth dimension now. I have to ease into that one. But this is why people are being taken off the planet, especially non-Africans. And anyone who is tied to them, it means that your spiritual vibrations are somewhere down there with them. Now, I already talked about the genetic differences, right? Some people may have missed that lecture. Let me repeat it. Chimpanzees I have so many notes in front of me. Chimpanzees have 5 genetic strands or streams or series. Now, mind you, these genetic streams or strands or series deal with, number 1, how human you are. Number 2, how intelligent you are. Oh, number 3, I'm just going to say it because it's a fact. Number 3, how biologically endowed you are. Dare I use the word superior? Well, if it's true, use the word. Because less is not more. And I'm reminding those who already heard this lecture, I'm reminding you that it was pink-skinned scientists who did the study because they had lied on about themselves and who they are and what they have for so long. They began to believe it. They believed in white supremacy. And so they got 19 of the top genetic experts years ago, almost 30 years ago. They got 19 of the top ones together. And no, I'm sorry, it was 15 of the top genetic experts from 9 different universities around the world. Okay? And they did this worldwide study of 116 different human groups. What were they looking for? Why did they do the study? What motivated them? They wanted to prove scientifically that Caucasians are smarter than anyone else on the planet. That's why they did the study. That was their motivation. And that motivation was fueled by their false belief. You see what I'm talking about? Beliefs are not facts. And by the time you take a belief and discover it is factual, it's no longer a belief. by then it's knowledge. So they lied to themselves for so long, they believed all this smack. Okay, what were they intending to come up with? Their deliverable, as we say, those of us who write grants and all of that. What was the deliverable supposed to be? It was supposed to turn out as an intelligence map, M-A-P for Peter, an intelligence map of the world, proving that Whitey is really mighty, the most mighty. So they studied these 116 different racial groups from across the globe. What did they find? They found that chimpanzees have 5 genetic streams or series. Hold on. Europeans and Asians have 6. And Africans have 9. Almost twice as many. And I'm going to tell you how that happened. So they all agreed that Africans by far have the greatest probability of what? Genius. Not only do they have the greatest probability of genius, they are biologically endowed and fortified such that they have discovered they can't kill us. It's impossible to just exterminate African people. And I am saying that I am watching these worldwide movements and behaviors and activities and results. And I am cognizant of the prophecies, African prophecy from 5,000 years ago that was delivered by Imhotep. And yes, it is documented. And yes, if it is still on the internet, I have told you where you can go to find it. So it was prophesied that this day would come, the age that we are living in right now, with all this climate devastation, all the catastrophes and everything. It was predicted. It was also predicted that the enemies of African people, and they are plenty, because we have no friends. And I don't know why so many of us want to foist ourselves and force ourselves as friends on all these people who don't like us. All you do is make fools of yourself. We don't like ourselves. That's why we're always trying to join with somebody else, because we think, we believe. Beliefs are not facts. We believe. We imagine that if we surround ourselves with them, we will become one of them and one with them. No. And I don't care if you marry one. It doesn't change them. talking about love. What? Sex? Making babies? That's no proof of love. Think about the plantation. Was love there when African women were getting raped and impregnated? Love has nothing to do with it. Do those marriages last? Most don't. Are those marriages free of racist comments and no? No. How about the families of those other people? Is there ever really any peace and acceptance in those marriages? Huh? So whatever spirituality and spiritual gifts that we are born with, we throw it away. By putting ourselves in the center of these hostile environments called families with them folks. And how about the children? How about their white mothers? Just go to Walmart. You'll find out who they are. It's insane. And what was prophesied was this: the more they arbitrarily kill us, as they go crazy with a realization that they are becoming extinct, it's driving them out of their minds. And the more that the pressure of that knowledge bears down on them, the crazier they become. And they think they can exterminate us one by one. And all they're doing is killing themselves. They are not even listening to the lessons that the universe is sending them, letting them know it is impossible for you, for them, to completely wipe us off the earth. What is happening? A new phenomenon is going on. African couples, it hasn't become common yet, but it's on its way. Who has ever heard of a human female giving birth to 9 babies at one time? That's a litter. Not twins, not triplets, not quadruplets. Sextuplets, that's 6. And them other women have to take fertility drugs. This is not a fertility drug deal. This is natural. So now, if you think you can wipe us out, what are you going to do about African women? Just being their natural selves with their husbands, and they find they are pregnant with 9. Now, even up until now, it is very difficult for a woman, any woman, to have quads. And that's 4. even triplets. It's difficult. Shoot, one, I can tell you, one is hard. It ain't no plaything. But these women are having 9. And all the births, every baby, all 9 are live births. And they're growing up strong. Of course they are. They are the babies of 2 human beings, male and female, on the continent that are Homo sapien. Sapien, yeah. All 3 of those things, not only doubly wise, but I would say quadruply endowed biologically and genetically. Whew. That's something to think about. Haven't we for generations been talking about some scripture in the Bible that says the last shall be first? Isn't there another saying that the way you begin, the way you start, is the way you end? We're not listening to any of these wise sayings. Some people call them adages. Some call them, like on the continent, proverbs. The way you begin is the way you will end. We, Africans, started first. We're first, the first real human beings, and the first to create civilization, and the first to do this and that and the other, while these other folks were having sex with their mamas and siblings. We were creating civilization. We are the ones who started cooking food and doing a lot of other things. And someone came in with violence and made us last. But here we go. By 2050, we're going to be first again. And there is nothing anyone can do about it. Wow. So think of what the world is going to be like in the 22nd century. Just 100 years from now. I don't need to be a prophet to say with some level, some measure of accuracy. I don't have to be a prophet to think forward and say that there's a high probability that in the 21st century, the human race will start becoming Black again. Because knowledgeable human beings, because human beings who are elevated spiritually enough to know what's going on, if they are light-skinned, they will be mating up with the darkest Africans they can find to restore humanity to God's original model. We can see it. All evidence points that way. What gets me is this. These people have to be stupid. They want to get rid of African people. In fact, they want to get rid of anyone who is not Caucasian, right? So what do? They start creating wars among themselves all over the world. Go figure. But them little fellas, they can't help it because they're not that smart. And they're too wicked, too evil to change. So the universe is taking them out. Here it is with my nose again. I don't know why that happens.
That means the truth is coming.
I don't know, but I mean, it really itches from time to time, and I can't help it. It drives me crazy. So we've got to come to ourselves. The fifth dimension is already here. Way back in January, I felt the shift. I wish someone who does astrology, astronomy, whatever, people who do that, they watch the stars and the movements of the planets and all of that. I wish one of your viewers or several of your viewers would tell us what was happening in January. How were the stars and planets lined up such that in January, several of us, a lot of us, could feel that shift. I felt it in January. And I cut a video and I sent it out even as email, on emails to the people on my email blast. But anyway, here we are. This is where the rubber meets the road. These scientists all agree that African people have the greatest probability of genius and all of that. So in the past, many of us who intentionally mated up with the other folks did so thinking, believing. Remember, beliefs are not facts. Believing that as far as their offspring were concerned, they thought they were leveling up. Genetically, biologically, spiritually, you harmed your children. You leveled down. Okay. Moving on. Now, when it comes to all these homo species, right? We were never equal. And genetically, you can see that we are not equal now either. What do we have? When it comes to human development, all Homo species were never equal. Paleontologists, they have categorized and classified several species of hominids as Homo sapiens. Homo meaning human, sapiens meaning having the ability to think, thinking humans. However, the peak development of those other hominid species, they never reached the high level of thinking and human consciousness that was required by the universe. Remember, as above, so below. As above, so below. In the heavenly realm, can you imagine what the universe would be like if it had the same features as them folks? Chew on that. That one just came to me. Chew on that one. Think about the heavenly realm having this level of violence and hatred and backwardness and wickedness. Frankly, there is nothing good to say about them. Period. Those 5 features of their culture tells you everything you need to know about them. They are racist. They don't like anybody. They are sexist. This camera has me spooked. They are racist. They are sexist. They are imperialistic. They are hegemonic. And they are violent. Which way do I hold my hand? Those are the 5 features: racism, sexism, imperialism, hegemony and violence, racism. They hate other people who don't look like them. Sexism. Oh, and with the racism, right? They believe that just on their appearance, that's an indication that they are superior. Sexism. They believe. See, that word belief keeps coming up, doesn't it? But beliefs are not facts. Okay. Sexism. They believe that they are superior over females. The males believe they are superior not only to other races, but their own women. Go back to Roman history, Italian history. It tells you something about how screwed up their brains are genetically or sexually, right? They don't like women. And what is not to like? Without women, you don't have another, these successive generations of children. And that alone is disturbing to them. Look at the pathology that we are having today with folks getting, what are they calling it? Vagina implants. What? Now they want uh now they want uterus implants. They want to take the place of women. They're getting injections to have breast development. They get more injections after the breasts are developed. Then they get more injections so that they lactate. And, I saw a very disturbing photo. It was on the internet. I can't get that disturbing picture out of my head. They say you can't unsee something once you've seen it. Here's this burly man with hair all over his chest, who has now grown breasts and was actually breastfeeding a baby. I don't know about you, but in African culture, that is an abomination. Whatever is coming out of that nipple is full of male hormones and things that is certain to be poisoning that child. What foolish woman would let that happen to her baby? You don't know what's in that stuff. This is pathological. Now, and this is another separate lecture. Now they've even got what they are calling they've perfected it, artificial wombs, where they take the fertilized egg from the mother and put it in this plastic, I call it a bubble of some kind. And they have some kind of water with the surrounding it that substitutes for the amniotic fluid. What? They have already perfected it with animals. You might want to Google it. It'll open your eyes to what is going on in these little fellas' brains. They want to be God. And God is saying, no. You've lost your ever-loving, feeble little mind. You can never replace me. But here we are. So with these other beings, they have the ability to think. However, their peak, their highest development, never reached the high level expected and required by the universe. The universe made all of the subhuman species the same as the universe made the African species to be above the others. Now, when I think about this, you know how you look at evidence and you sit back and your mind starts ruminating or whatever, just considering the evidence, right? What has happened with me is this. I have begun to wonder. I've begun to wonder if the universe, or maybe some far superior beings on another planet, maybe in another galaxy, I don't know. But it makes me wonder if some higher beings wanted to take the earth, use the earth as a laboratory. Because the earth goes back billions of years without having life on it. And then life started with these one-celled beings and began to develop into more complex beings. Now, that thing about starting from one cell, every time a woman gets pregnant, she proves that evolutionary theory is correct. Because it starts with one cell made up of 46 chromosomes. That is one human cell. And then it develops and develops and develops into another little person. And remember, whenever someone comes up with a scientific theory, in order to have a theory about something, you have to start with evidence. And the person with the scientific mind looks at the evidence and begins to wonder, how? Why? Every research study begins with such a question. One word. Why? Why does this look like this? Why does something act like this? Why does something function like this? And that person takes the evidence and comes up with an answer, or at least attempts to. So everyone who asks why, that's a research question. And it's very deep because you're looking at evidence. So never think that just because someone says this is a theory, that there is nothing to it. You're wrong. They've started with evidence and they have come up with narratives that says, this is my understanding based on other evidence. This is my understanding of why this is so. I don't want to get too far afield. So the universe created all of us. And I'm wondering if the earth, on some higher level, is a laboratory for some higher beings in the universe. I don't know. Enough said about that. But it makes me wonder. Because out of all these one-celled beings, they were all programmed to develop from that one cell into something else much higher. Every tree, every flower, every animal was programmed to become something else. And perhaps it was Africans out of these hominids that came out on top. And since we, as Africans, came out on top, far and above the others, I mean having 9 genetic streams as compared to all these others that were 6 or 5, maybe less than that. It means that we are designed to be the dominant ones. And we proved that. And the ones that were not dominant, who were actually harmful to humanity, harmful to life, harmful to the earth itself, the universe has to take them out. Now, this thing that I'm going to say right now is spiritual speculation. It's just me saying something after examining evidence for a very long period of time. Since we are the only ones who have this high level of spirituality and the other endowments, okay, intellectual endowments, physical and biological and chemical and all of that, the universe decided to take them out. Suppose, just suppose, that African people are here as some kind of avatars, you know, like in a video game. And I know nothing about video games. What I'm saying might trigger something in the minds of some of our viewers who know something about video games and the way these stories are created. Is it possible that African people are indestructible because time after time, when the earth, we know this is evidence, the earth, life on earth, human life on earth gets destroyed? And that has happened. We have evidence. At least 2 times, probably 3, maybe even more. Are African people like an avatar, the heroes, the sheroes in this universal classroom? And we are the ones We are the test group that tries to humanize these other groups. And if they don't pass muster, especially when it comes around to killing us, the avatars, which cannot happen. The universe won't allow it. That's not the way the game is constructed. You cannot kill the avatars because they are always brought back. The rest will be destroyed. The avatars will remain. And they will come back and a new test. A new test will begin. Is that it? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. But you see, we need to look at ourselves. We Africans need to look at ourselves differently. Who are we in the universe? I'm not talking about what some, white person who is far beneath us think, oh Lord, have mercy on me. We have allowed someone who is far beneath our level as human beings to tell us that they are the real human beings and we're just animals. And they believe it, so they keep trying to kill us. We're not asking these philosophical questions. Certainly, we need to have a think tank made up of people whose minds are free to speculate, to wonder, to come up with new ideas and new answers. Because all this other shit ain't making no sense. Who are we? Why are we here? Why do we keep being circulated? We transition and we come back. Now, I don't know about those other folks. You don't hear about them talking about their returned ancestors. We know it's real. And if you live on the continent for any period of time, you will see it happening. We're not thinking. We're just taking on these notions, stupid notions, ridiculous notions about who we are. And then we're trying to take what they wrote and fit ourselves in. What? They need to be trying to fit themselves in with African humanity. That's what should be happening. But they insist on being these inbred, wicked, vicious, brutish, barbaric things that they are. And I don't apologize for using this language, because more of us need to tell the damn truth. You know something is wrong with these folks, but we so want to be like them. Let me go on. And I'm going to cut some of this down, because if I get too scientific and everything, then people won't understand. There were several subhuman groups, species, like Homo heidelbergensis, Homo habilis, Homo neanderthalis, or neanderthalensis, whichever way you want to use that one. Homo denisovans. All of these subhuman groups eventually became extinct. The functioning level of African thinking and African spiritual consciousness was much higher, and it still is much higher than all these other hominid groups. So you cannot use the term Homo sapien and apply it to African people. It doesn't apply. If we were Homo sapien, we would be going extinct. So why are these other people going extinct? They are going extinct because as African people left East Africa and began to migrate out into the rest of the world, there were no human beings there. The universe, Almighty God, took the landmass of the earth. Even it has evolved, changed, developed, because billions and billions of years ago, it was just one mass. Just one mass. But the movement of these tectonic plates and all of that, the crust of the earth is a living thing. The earth is a living thing, and it moves. And these other continents broke away from what is now the African continent, and they began to float away from each other. If you look at the shapes, you can see that they fit together. They once fit together perfectly. If you look at the continent of Africa, and where it was once a part of what's now South America, for example, you can see why some of the same foods, vegetations, grew on both. We eat the same foods. We might prepare them differently, but it's because the earth was once one large mass called Pangea, and some people pronounce it and spell it as Pangaea. Either one will do. So when it began to split apart, now look at this. Africa was left sitting right above the equator. And Africa has all the minerals that civilization will ever need. Think about that. And on the African continent, the one we call Africa, no matter what you want to call it, whether you call it Africa or our cable land, you know what I'm talking about. And on that continent are the smartest people on earth. On that continent are the strongest people on earth. On that continent are the most spiritual people on earth. So when it comes to Africa, and you think about humanity, and that's the other thing, the only fully human beings on earth, all that on that one continent, and the others broke away and floated some distance away. So things that make you go, right? And we have ignorant people who say, don't classify me, don't call me no African, I ain't no African. That means, see, you've got to think about what comes out of your mouth. If you ain't no African, what the hell are you? Where did you come from? You want to be somebody in some other group, but they are not inviting you to the family reunion. What does it mean on the human level? What does that mean when you say you ain't no African? What are you saying about yourself? You're not a real human being. You're not gifted as the real human beings. You don't have the mental capacity as the real human beings. That's what you're saying. You don't look like, you're not built like the real human beings. Oh, I know. Some people are just about pissing their pants, but I'm going to tell the truth. God sent me to tell the truth and to wake your asses up. You're living in some kind of stupid fantasy, and it doesn't even make any kind of logical sense. I ain't no African. You look like Marcus Garvey, but you're always talking about your Irish ancestry. Yeah, hello. What are you saying about yourself? You're saying that you're slow. That when you were in school, you should have been on the small yellow bus behind the rest of the students. That's what you're saying about yourself. So if that's who you want to be, go on with your bad self. Me, each time I go, each time I transition and come back, I want to be twice as black as I was before. Wow. Wake up. Think about those people on the continent, the ones with 9, the ones who have never mixed with anybody, who still have their 9 genetic streams. Spiritually, you will never be able to elevate spiritually to the 5th dimension because you've got third dimension or three-dimensional thinking. You're pitiful. The entire universe has sped up, and it continues to speed up. That's why you see so many people being taken off this earth, young people especially, who had promise. But what was in their heads? What was in their hearts? What was in their minds? Where were they spiritually? It makes me wonder, did they identify more with them folks with the 5 genes, genetic strands, more than they did with their Black mothers? I don't know. Investigation will tell us. So we Africans are the anatomically modern humans. You know, anatomy, the way you're built. That's why we have big butts, and we love them. That's why black women in America always like to watch football players, you know, in those tight breeches. You guys run down that field, and we say, "Oh, la, la."
Well, let me tell you, I'm out in Africa right now, and I'm glad I didn't come out here until 57 and a half years old, because if I came out here at 20 years old, I'd have to have a mountain. It'll be a few tribes and about 20 wives. The way I was when I was younger. Talking about butts.
Oh, Lord, we are pitiful today. And now and what are we talking about? Why am I rambling on about all this stuff, right? Because of what we are caught up in right now. I don't want to leave that point. We are caught up in our enemy's mess. We have forgotten that the enemy of our enemy is our friend. So when I see all these wars, I'm sitting back and I'm eating popcorn and drinking red Kool-Aid. I am completely detached from that. And to be honest with you, to be honest, I'm saying thank God. Because as they kill each other, there are fewer of them to kill us. Of course I think that way, because I'm an intelligent human being. All these folks that are killing each other, they have all enslaved us. They are still enslaving us. And we've got preachers in these churches talking about special prayers, special prayer meetings, and all what? For what? Why are you even discussing them? Except to say, thank God there are fewer of them today than there were yesterday. That's not being mean. That's being smart. That's knowing how to survive. But no, you got to be in the mix and they're part of me and our history. What? Lord have mercy. Help us. Let me move on from that. I've gotten it. I think I've gotten it all out. But right now, I want to just dwell for a few minutes on these African beings, these doubly wise human beings, these Homo sapiens sapiens, these doubly wise African ancestors who were armed and blessed with that wonderful, powerful, magical, mysterious pineal gland. That tiny little organ, tiny, and it's shaped like a pine cone. I've tried to do some research into why the pineal gland is shaped like a pine cone. And what I did was I went into, the lifespan and the makeup of pine cones. And at times they open, at times they are closed, and then they open when they are mature, and all this and that, trying to put together why the universe made the pineal gland in the shape that it's in. I don't know. I haven't run across any research. Now, some people pronounce it as the pineal gland. I don't know why. Because it is called the pineal. It is shaped like the pine cone. And when you go back into ancient sculptures, like in Egypt and some of the other ancient cultures, right? You will see a ruler or a priest holding a pine cone. The pine cone is symbolic of the pineal gland and everything the pineal gland represents. Let me be careful. I think my voice drops, the volume drops every now and then. So let me try and keep the volume up. Can you hear me clearly?
Loud and clear. Keep on projecting.
Okay. But these doubly wise ancestors were armed and blessed with this pineal gland. And without that pineal gland, human evolution would not have been possible. It is planted. Oh, do I have the picture here? Hold on. All right, it's not in this document. Where was I? Okay, without the pineal gland, human evolution would not have been possible. Almighty God, the universe, planted the most highly functioning pineal gland inside the brains of her African children. As a result, African hominids were able to evolve to the level of modern humans. And the universe, Mother, Father, God, sent them forth from the beloved African homeland or motherland. You know, we call these other people call their land the fatherland. As Africans, we call the continent our motherland. It's natural to do so because it's the land, it's the earth upon which we were born, region to region, that sustains us. It feeds us. It nurtures us. It gives us shelter. It provides food and all of that. But look at the different way of thinking. If you believe that a male, the first human male, gave birth to the first human female, then it is natural, if you have that male way of thinking, that patriarchal way of thinking, it's natural for you to call your land your fatherland. However, if you have that matriarchal way of thinking, understanding and knowing the importance of the feminine principle and femaleness of the land. So if you have that matriarchal way of thinking, then you call your land your motherland. I hope that's making sense to you out there. As a result of this pineal gland, Africans were able to evolve to the level of modern human beings. And I speak very romantically, actually, saying that Mother, Father, God sent them forth from the beloved African motherland to do what? To populate the entire earth. And this happened for hundreds of thousands of years. And I see that as African people carrying out Mother, Father, God's, or the universe's divine mission. If the universe, if Mother, Father, God had not deemed it so and ordered it so, it never would have been so. And African people are the only ones who did all of that. And I can hear somebody asking today, what happened? How did non-Africans come to have a different appearance? That is always the overarching question. How did this set of humans, how is it they came to look so different from Africans? I'm going to explain it. This question is answered not only, it's answered and verified by not only their appearance, but also by their DNA. I'm coming back to that thought about having some t-shirts printed up, some black t-shirts. Someone else can do it. I don't care. Have some black t-shirts made up, say. It's all in the DNA.
I'll hook that up tonight.
Make up a new phrase. Superiority is all in the DNA or whatever. All right. Let me get back to the lecture. Okay. Their appearance changed from being African to being non-African as a result of climate and altitude. Now, when it deals, when we start talking about climate and altitude, then we turn to the scholarship of our dear sister, Frances Cress Welsing, because that's what she was dealing with. Now, she was not a genetic scientist. She was a psychiatrist. And she was dealing with with two things. Number one, she was dealing with the makeup of the African woman's mitochondrial DNA, which is richer than any other females on the face of the earth. Carrying how many haploid groups? 23 separate and distinct haploid groups in her mtDNA. Now, that's not the double strand linear DNA. It's not that one. Start looking these things up. mtDNA is passed on only by women. Mothers, when they give birth to children, pass their mtDNA to the sons as well as the daughters, the male as well as the female offspring. However, only the female offspring have the ability to pass it on to the next generation. So as long as a woman gives birth to daughters, who give birth to daughters, who give birth to daughters, who give birth to daughters from time immemorial, that lineage can be traced all the way back. They can trace it all the way back to the beginning of humanity. And that's exactly what that study did that was conducted by National Geographic. When you swab the inside of your mouth and you send that sample off to the laboratory, you tell them whether you want your lineage traced through your father's line or your mother's line. Now, anyone caught up in Western, European, or Eurasian culture with a patrix frame of reference, patriarchal, they went through the father's line. But you can't trace your lineage that far using your father's DNA. That's because it becomes discontinuous. Over time, it becomes discontinuous. Only by following the mother's line can you really trace your lineage all the way back hundreds of thousands of years. Now, someone out there is asking, how can you prove that? Well, the scientists did it, number one. But the second reason, as far as I'm concerned, is that I submitted my sample to National Geographic, and I asked them to trace my lineage through my mother's line. And they traced my lineage through my mother's line all the way back to 140,000 BCE or BC, whichever way you want to express it. I took that laboratory data and I started doing the research. I traced all the DNA mutations. When we say mutations, it means every time the DNA changes and splits off a little bit from the original. They call it a mutation. That doesn't mean anything is wrong with it. It just means that it became something different. It branched off. So I followed every one of those mtDNA mutations, haploid groups, and there are about 23 of them. So I was able to trace them from East Africa, 140,000 years ago, right up into the slavery period, 1800 AD. I believe I am the first person in the world to do that. And it is based on the laboratory data. If you want the book, I published it. It is on Amazon. Just look for my name and you'll see this booklet with a little fertility doll on it. So it's easily recognized. Let me get back to mtDNA. So that is how you trace your lineage. Now, thousands of our people just wanted to know who they were mixed with. So they got the results back. And you see them on YouTube and TikTok. Oh, I'm part Italian. Oh, I'm part this. Oh, I'm part that. I'm part the other. Them folks ain't inviting you to the family reunion. I don't know why you're so proud of them. Because the reason they look the way they look is because they mated with, they interbred with, and had children, offspring by these other hominids that were less than human. So apart from the climate, apart from the altitude that Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talked about, you have this other thing of interbreeding. Now, when it comes to climate and altitude, it is a proven fact that African women, the original women of this earth, has mtDNA with such a rich variation that without being mixed with anyone, without being mixed with any other species, the original African woman has the capability of producing offspring that are the lightest in albinos to the darkest, like those found in Mali, for example, in Senegal, for example. If you have the pleasure of traveling to Africa and you have the pleasure of laying your eyes, your vision on the true blue-black people of this earth, you will realize you have been blessed. They are the most beautiful people that you have ever seen before in your life. They are actually bluish black. It's not blue, it's a tint. Lance, you're there in Ghana. Have you seen some of the blue-black people? Lance? He stepped away. Anyway, there is this undertone that's bluish. It is very unique. These are some of the strongest people in God's creation. And there is a glow about them that even the really, really, really black ones have. But the blue-black people, if some of you are listening to me now, hey, I respect you all. You know that you have it going on as God's original people. Wow. So African women have the capability in their mtDNA to create offspring from the blackest to the lightest. So we have the blue-black children, and we have the albino children. Okay, and with the albino children, something went wrong. But with albinos, and here's something about neuromelanin that you probably didn't know. But with the albinos, they still look African. When they put on that brown makeup to cover the pink spots and patches and everything, they look like regular African human beings. They still have that high, rounded, gracile forehead. This is the mark of a real human being, not that flat forehead where the hair starts close, the hairline is close to the eyebrows. So we are considered, this is considered as the gracile human beings. Gracile. We were more slender, where the others were much stockier and everything. Okay. This indentation, I can never memorize the name of what they call this. There is a technical name for it, right? And it separates the forehead, or it indicates a separation between the forehead and the nose, right? This is a gracile, Gracile, gracile. These are traits of modern human beings. We have small noses, but they are wide. Small noses with wide nostrils. Since we developed in the tropics, the wide nostrils allow hot air to be cooled off as we inhale, so that the hot air does not damage the brain. Our lips are full, and from the center, They are outturned. Outturned, full lips. Why? Because if you develop in the tropics, you need a way to throw off hot air. Outturned lips help to throw off, get rid of a lot of hot air. Dark skin tones. We are the children of the sun. The sun is our friend. In fact, everything on earth is blessed by the sun, except them. When you start talking about humanity, considering just that alone, where did they come from? Because everything, even grains of sand, even dirt, rocks, are blessed by the sun, but not them. The sun is their enemy. And it's so bad right now that now they are advised to wear wide-brimmed hats in the city because the sun hits the pavement and it radiates back up under their clothes. So it becomes cancerous. Any kind of sun now creates cancers in them. So where are they from? Why are they here? I don't know either of those answers, but I am certain it's why the universe is getting
I'm
rid
back.
of them.
I'm sorry I left. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I stepped out. Did my security check. You were calling for me?
Yes, I hear you.
I'm
Are you
back.
asking a question?
No, I got a text message that said that you were calling for me.
Oh, yes. I wanted a response, that's all.
Okay.
I don't remember what point.
I'm here.
I don't remember the point that I was asking you to chime in on.
Oh, okay.
It's not a problem.
All right, no problem. Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. So where am I? Oh, yes, we're dealing with how these non-Africans came to look the way they look. This is how our people left Africa. There were no other human beings on earth. There were these subhuman beings everywhere. So when we look at Eurasia, and remember, Europe is not a continent. And this is part of the brainwashing, right? For how many hundreds of years have they told us that Europe is a continent? Europe ain't no continent. They did that to make themselves look big and important. It's a small appendage, a peninsula hanging off the west coast of Asia. And it is the Afrocentric scholars that made them change that mess. So now it is called Eurasia. Now, on the continent of Eurasia, in Western Eurasia, you had Neanderthals, these subhumans. And as you go farther east in Eurasia, then you started coming in contact with these Denisovans. Google it. Another group of subhumans. as Africans began to migrate out into the rest of the world, they were coming in contact with these other non-human beings. Now, they were close enough genetically to be able to produce viable offspring. And that's exactly what happened. In places where they would settle, some of our ancestors would begin to crossbreed with these subhumans. Now that's where the genetic damage, or let me say loss, but the loss is a damage. It's a damaging situation. That's where the appearance began to clock in. As they left Africa and went to these other regions that were colder and where the altitudes were higher and everything, African people automatically became lighter skinned. If you look at a very dark skinned African from places in West Africa, for example, who have never mixed with anyone, no other races, no other beings, or any of that. If they travel to Europe or America, and perhaps when they travel, they might have one or two children already. But just that change of climate, the change from a tropical climate to a colder climate with a different altitude, their children will automatically be lighter. Those changes are being made in the womb of the mother. Those adjustments are being made in the mother's womb. So it doesn't happen after the child is born. No. So there will be a slight difference. And as they stay in that colder climate, their children will begin to, have different skin tones. Not radically different, but they'll be a little lighter. Now, albinism it's not a sickness, but it's not normal. Okay? You don't want albinism. Albinism occurs if, for whatever reason, there isn't enough neuromelanin. See, there are different types of melanin. Neuromelanin is one of the first elements to develop in the brain of a fetus during the very first stages of pregnancy. If that fetus does not have enough neuromelanin running through the brain and the entire system, when I say the entire system, I'm talking about the bloodstream that carries that neuromelanin into every cell of the body. If there isn't enough in the brain of the fetus, it will automatically abort. It doesn't have enough neuromelanin. That black substance that is both a hormone and a chemical. It's that neuromelanin and everything in it that gives life. So, if there isn't enough, If there's, if there's a really big deficit, that fetus will automatically abort. But if there is enough for that offspring to survive, then the child will be born as what? An albino. And what is the appearance? They look like the pink-skinned people. The eyes can be any color from blue to hazel. The hair will still be kinky. All the other features will still be Africoid. But the skin and the eyes, you see, the eyes of a human being are an accurate index of how much neuromelanin a person has running through the system. So as the eyes become lighter, it is an indication that the neuromelanin is watered down. That's the easiest way of putting it. So when our ancestors migrated off the continent and went into Eurasia, just the climate and the altitude alone made them become lighter for survival. And then the ice age hit. So there was no sunshine, no vitamin D. The earth was covered with ice that went all the way up to above the tops of the trees. Imagine that. So nothing grew. They lost knowledge of fire. This is why them folks still love to eat raw meat. The chandeliers, right? What is that an indication of? It's an indication of an ice age reality. Because when you go inside the cave, and I have forgotten, I never remember which ones are the stalactites and which ones are the stalagmites, right? So you had this ice dripping down from the ceiling of the cave, and some were growing up from the floor of the cave. And that's where the design of the chandeliers began in European culture. They are remembering the light, whatever light there was, shining off those little strands of ice. But that's what happened to our people. They lightened up, first of all, because of the climate and altitude that were Nordic rather than, from the north instead of from the south. And then, for those that began to crossbreed, then the hair texture and a lot of other genetic things came into play. So when you look at them today, they resemble their Neanderthal and their Denisovan ancestors. They are robust rather than gracile. They have a flat forehead with a hairline growing very close to the eyebrows. Their noses do not have this indentation like the gracile Africans. Check it out. The nose goes from the forehead right down into the nose. And the nose itself is different. The nose is very large, but the nostrils and the nose are very, very narrow. Why? For survival. The pink skin for survival. When that ice age hit, those with the darker skin were the first to die in that cold. African skin is the first to freeze. Caucasian skin is the first to burn from the sun. So getting back to the noses became very, very narrow so that when they breathe in this cold air, so many degrees below Fahrenheit, I don't know how they survived, but as they breathe in this cold air, the nose being very narrow, the nose is able to warm it up before the cold air hits the brain. Their lips became very thin. And instead of being outturned, their lips are inturned. Why? To keep hot air in. Just the opposite of Africans. If you come across a Caucasian skull, you know that it is a Caucasian skull because there will be lots of pockmarks in the skull, meaning they had more blood vessels coming through those, they had more blood vessels. So that those blood vessels kept the face from freezing. African skulls don't have that. You can tell an African skull right away because of what they call our prognostic jaw. What is that? It means that African people have a particular, and it's very unique. We have a unique angle to our faces, so that if you look at the profile, it's like looking at the profile of the Sphinx, for example, which was created by Africans. The prognostic jaw means that as you go from forehead to chin, the chin comes out on an angle the way other groups don't have that. So that's the prognostic jaw. Now, I don't know what accounts for that. But there are other differences. Once we began to crossbreed, right? When you look at the torso, African people have a longer torso. Why? Because it's hot. Is that right? It's been a long time since I talked about this, y'all. But we have a shorter torso. We have shorter torsos than Europeans. Why? Because the longer the torso, the more space you have, you know, for your organs and everything. Those organs, everything inside you is hot. So the torso is shorter so that less heat will develop inside the body. We're talking about survival. Shorter torso, less heat being produced in this area. Now, if you're in an Arctic environment, you have a longer torso. And that means that your internal organs are producing more heat so that you can stay alive in that cold environment. Africans have longer limbs, arms and legs, than the others, by comparison. Why? For survival. The longer your arms and legs, the more sweat glands you have. And that's another thing. We have more sweat glands so that we can throw off hot water, throwing off excess heat. So we sweat a lot, and especially by comparison with the others, right? And we have well-developed buttocks. Why? That's not necessarily for survival. That is an indication that we were walking on 2 legs and 2 feet for a much longer period of time than these other people. And I'm talking about by thousands of years. So when it comes to our appearance, this is how and why we began to change. And the changes became genetic. And for some of us, we lost genes. Now, I don't know if there are any studies that have been done since this one. Studies that would look at mixed children. I don't know. I don't know of any studies that have looked into it. But it's things that we have to consider when we start talking about we're going to get married or we're going to reproduce children. So are we going to marry someone who will endow our children with everything, or at least nearly everything, that God produced in the first place? Or are we going to water our children down? And once they are born into this wicked matrix, right? Then their minds get messed up. Because now, and the South Africans, the Brazilians, and others are having this problem. They have Black mothers, African mothers, but they have been told by the racist whites that since they carry Caucasian blood, that they are better than their mothers. Many of them abandon their mothers. And when it's time to choose a mate, what is this South African he's a comedian, and a very good one at that. He was on Saturday Night Live. Somebody help me out. Nobody's there. I can't think of his name all of a sudden. And he's very light-skinned, but he does have African features or Africoid features. Who did he marry? One of them other folks. However, he had the good sense not to abandon his mom and his grandmom. But I think about the pain that he feels every time he shares a story of his childhood. What was the story? His father was white, Caucasian. His mother was and is African. And his father came to visit one day. And it's natural for a child to love its parents. And since that's his father and he is a male, for some reason that day, his father left the mother's house and he began to run behind his father, calling him. And his father began to rush away from him. And the faster the father walked to get away from his son, the more the son sped up running behind him, calling his father's name or calling, I've forgotten, the name, calling dad, father, whatever. And his father, hearing his son running after him, was running away from his son and never looked back at his son. He ran away until the son stopped running behind him. So he married a Caucasian woman. And I think about him sometimes with pity. Because out of all the beautiful women on this planet, that's all he could find was this. But I understand he is so immersed in white supremacy. He so longs to be wanted by his Caucasian father. He is trying to produce an offspring that he can take to the father who rejected him and say, Dad, see what I've done. I've brought you a white grandchild. I understand. You see how effed up we are. Where people so beneath us have made us believe that we are beneath them. So we spend our total lives trying to be like them in any way we can. What's with, the hair now? Huh? I wish someone would just, maybe a psychologist or a psychiatrist can make me understand what's with the green and the purple hair, the pink hair. There is no human being that looks like that on the face of the earth. What's with that? All right, I'm about to get off the subject. So let me get back to it. Because I'm talking about the pineal gland. Caucasian and Asian appearance changed from being African or Africoid to being something else as a result of climate, altitude, and crossbreeding with the subhuman species that eventually became extinct. The ancestors became extinct, but those ancestors are still alive in their offspring that look like them. Okay? In my adulthood, my young adulthood, sometimes I hated to go to the beach. Why? Because I would see these Caucasian men. When they take off their shirts, my God, when they take off their shirts, then you see hair growing from the head all the way down to their butts.
What butts?
What little they have. That, it always gave me the creeps. I never liked looking at that. I just threw that in.
Unnecessary footnote.
So these subspecies became extinct, but their children, their offspring today are still alive because of the African genetic infusion. That's why they are still alive today. But now, hold on, wait a minute. Hold up. Slow your roll. Their offspring, even with the African infusion, are now becoming extinct. There is a clear pattern. So anyone who wants to debate, go ahead. But there is no denying that there is a straight line that leads from the extinction of the Neanderthal and Denisovan ancestors of Europeans and Asians, where that line continues now with their offspring hundreds of thousands of years later. No, not that long. They haven't been on Earth that long. In fact, if you go back, say 45,000, 50,000 years, you cannot find a Caucasian. You just can't. They were nowhere on the human scene. And just to sort of jump to something else as an aside, this is why 5,000 years ago, they wrote a creation story that says that all of creation began 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. Why 5,000 or 6,000 years ago? Because they were not around. They can't go any farther than that. And since they do claim that they are superior, then of course they create images of this dude called Adam and this chick called Eve, and of course they were Caucasian, right? They were European types. So that then they could, back up what they were saying with these images. So all the Abrahamic religions present these mixed folks that are not fully African, let me put it that way. And they fall in line with this white supremacy thing, thinking, well, the more subhuman blood they have and the more they look subhuman, that makes them superior. What a crock of shit. And we are believing them. That is so pitiful. So how is God? How is the universe looking at us, the so-called Africans, the greatest gift on earth, having the most power of anything on earth, the most gifted of anyone on earth. And we're creeping around. Some of us, our noses are brown because we have them stuck up these other folks' behinds. You need to wake up. And if you're not careful, as the fifth dimension is in the process, this new spiritual reality is in the process of getting rid of anything that does not carry the high spiritual vibrations. If your mental state, if your psychological state, if your spiritual state is on the level of them, you're going to be taken out along with them. Be careful of how you look at yourself. Be careful of how you define yourself. Be very careful of how you see yourself. Because nothing on earth is going to be able to save you. Nothing. You will go right along with them. And you will wonder on your way out. In fact, you're already on your way out with them. And you will be wondering how you got there. There's something that I want people to think about. Because many Black folks, African folks, criticize me saying, I'm racist, I'm this, I'm that. I believe in Black superiority and all kinds of nonsense. Okay, this is what I want them to think about. There is only one group of people. You know, I wrote this some time ago. What I'm about to say is that there is only one group of people that hates the rest of humanity. For the most part, that's true. For the most part, that's still pretty much true. Because they are the ones who started this white supremacy stuff, right? Caucasians, them folks. They utterly hate the rest of humanity. But you know something? They hate anything that is natural. They also hate anything that has life. What is it about them? You know, these folks with only 6 streams of genes, they are not only weak, but backwards, upside down, unnatural. Anything that is natural, they hate it. They want to kill it and substitute it with something that is artificial. Down to food. Something is seriously wrong with these folks. Can they really be called human beings? And I'm putting that question out there seriously. Can they be called human beings? When you hate all of life, I believe that they participate in all these extreme sports. You don't find Black folks jumping off bridges tied to a rubber band. Come on. I believe that it's necessary for them to do that because they don't feel life and the joy of life and everything living the way African people do. That's not normal. They need to do those things in order to be quickened, you know? They need to feel some kind of artificial spiritual quickening. Now, as African people, we can get that on at any time. At any time. You play the right song, and we become quickened. We become moved. Remember the songs from, the oldies. We call them oldies and goodies. They are goodies because of the way they made us feel. Those old songs from the 50s and 60s and 70s. In those songs, we still spoke of love for each other. We talked about our love of life. We talked about how wonderful it is being alive, despite or in spite of hardships. We could still praise God for just being here. And as we do it, there is a spiritual quickening. When we listen to the oldies and the goodies, right? There was a soothing quality, a loving quality to those songs. We talked about how we adore each other. On a spiritual level, the poetry was the same. It was spiritual. It wasn't just this material, physical thing. In those poems, for example, one talked about how this Black man talked about how his Black woman's dress moved. Very subtle movements with the subtle swaying of her hips, the way Black women, African women walk. And when they walk that way, the dress, the clothes move a certain way. Spiritual stuff. I can't just right now think of some of those titles, but they were loving, talking about our spiritual connections with each other. Not this nasty, dirty, materialistic, animalistic mess that they're doing now. Let me hear your booty slap. Bend over. Lick me up. What is that? You may as well be an animal out in the jungle or the forest. Because we have taken on the ways, the lifestyle, the traditions, the way of thinking, the beliefs, the attitudes, the values of them other people, and everything about them leads to destruction. Their culture, their way of living, the way they think, those things are not sustainable. Everything about them is against the laws of the universe, the principles built into the cosmos, the laws of nature. Everything they do is artificial and backwards and upside down. Look at my cat. Sit your butt down. What time is it? Oh, no wonder. Who taught animals to tell time? It's past their dinner time. So here we are, getting back to the distractions. We are our own worst enemies. We are in this mess, and we love being in it, and we are spending all this time wrecking our brains, trying to come up with reasons why we should be into all this white folks mess and death and destruction when it has nothing to do with us. And all they are doing is using us as their attack dogs. So we're always on the front lines. There is a saying, I don't know if you would call it a proverb, but it's a saying that comes from war. And the men, African warriors, made it up, and it still applies today. Okay? And they talk about how the enemy will often send the enemies will often send their dogs out to attack us. And when they send those dogs out, our African warriors would catch the dogs and they would beat those dogs. And see, the scenario was that the enemies were in the house, boarded up, where we couldn't get to them. And they send their attack dogs out. And they have always made African people, they're attack dogs. African men, African warriors, they're attack dogs. To go and attack a bunch of folks that were also our enemies. We didn't have anything to do with any of the mess that they had going on. So there is this understanding that when they send out those attack dogs, while they are safely enclosed inside the house, inside the castle, whatever, you catch those dogs. And when I'm speaking of dogs now, attack dogs, I'm talking about our own African men. You catch them and you beat these dogs, and you beat them and beat them. You don't kill them. You just let them cry and holler. You beat them until the masters come out. And that's going to happen. All you Black folks who willingly place yourself in between us and the enemies, that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to be in the crossfire, or you probably already are. And you are going to get killed, and you are going to get beaten until your master is flushed out. So that's what's going on right now with France and the United States over in Africa, using African leaders as attack dogs. Presidents who will send their African warriors out, and women are in that group, making them attack dogs so that then they have an excuse to come in and invade and retake Africa. This is the game. So as far as these distractions, I don't know about y'all. I'm not distracted. When I see what's going on globally, I go and pop some popcorn and get a glass of Kool-Aid. And I sit there watching the action, because it has nothing to do with me. And I understand that it has nothing to do with our people. Why are we always getting mixed up in white folks' business and losing our lives? And if we live through it and come out on the other side, they have not changed. For those of you who don't read history, look at what happened after World War II. That was my generation. And our men came home from the war with all their medals, wearing their uniforms. And white folks hanged them, lynched them in their uniforms with the medals. Medals that they had earned for killing enemies that were not ours. And until today, nothing has changed. Nothing. In fact, in many ways, we are worse off now than we were coming out of slavery. Because at least with slavery, at that particular time, coming out of slavery, we still had our African consciousness. Now we have lost so much. Wow. These people are different. They don't have spirituality. They don't even have access to spirituality. So I wonder when I watch YouTube, and let's just stick with YouTube, and they are on there teaching about meditation and spirituality and raising vibrations. Give me a damn break. They don't know anything about spirituality, and they don't have access to it. They have religion, they don't have spirituality. Why don't they have spirituality? Because they have blocked up pineal glands. This is why melatonin, artificially produced melatonin, is flying off the shelves in the pharmacies. Melatonin is a byproduct of melanin, okay? Neuromelanin. And it regulates sleep, does all kinds of things. They are missing something spiritual, because they are born with a calcified pineal gland. They know it. There are studies that have been done. That's how we know it. Google it. You'll find out. Now, it's not completely blocked. There's a teeny tiny hole that allows blood to flow through it, but it's not enough. And one of the reasons, they hate us on one hand. And like Dr. Welsing, Dr. Chris Welsing said, they don't hate us because we are African and Black. They hate us because they are not African and Black. Everything about Black women, African women, that they said was ugly, they are spending big money going to these plastic surgeons, getting injections so that they can look like us, so that they can be like us. Even when it comes to the butt. When I was growing up, you could, if you bent one of them down, you could use their backsides as an ironing board. It was completely flat. And many times, the reason they want to be around us is because they can feel our spiritual essence and they feed off of it. I feel sorry for someone that is lying in bed with one of them, with one of these spirit vampires. There's nothing to them. And the more you hang around with them, the more they are sucking you dry spiritually. I keep going off. But think about it. This is the only group of people on earth that utterly hates the rest of humanity for no reason. Well, there are reasons. Now we know what they are. Their 40,000-year history on earth is bathed in the blood of innocent men, women, and children. And in the name of their God, think about it. In the name of their God, they have tortured billions of people, murdered billions of innocent people. And sometimes they do it just for entertainment. What human being can do that? And they're still doing it. And the main thing to remember about them is they never repent. They never do. When they do the evil in the name of their God, then they say that, the blood covers all. But I'm asking a serious question. When they do evil in the name of their God and they enjoy it and they never stop doing it, when they do it in the name of their God, does that make their God evil? Let me ask it again. Since they do all their evil in the name of their God, does that make their God evil? Since they do it all in the name of their God, does that make their God evil? Because we are worshiping, not me, in some form or another, among those three. Most of us are worshiping their God. Does that make their God evil that we are worshiping and looking for something good to come from that God? I'm asking a serious question. And I want all you theologians to answer that question. It's a serious question. It needs to be answered if our people are going to survive. As far as African spirituality is concerned, isn't it blasphemous by claiming that Almighty God sanctions this kind of inhuman evil? Does it make sense to say that Almighty Creator God created human beings and meant good for human beings? Does it make sense to think and to believe that that same God would sanction this much evil, this much violence, this much bloodshed, and still bless the ones who are doing it? We are seriously messed up, effed up in the head because we don't even use our common sense. This is why we say common sense ain't common. It's hard to find it. Common sense is not common. And when you start asking rational questions like these with these folks and looking for some kind of rational answer, I don't know who else has noticed how their behavior becomes very strange. They start getting real nervous, and there's some kind of rubbing or behavior. They'll start pacing back and forth and looking this way and that way, and they become irrational. I understand it. Yeah, it's like putting your finger into the water and watching the ripples. Nothing has rippled their water intellectually their entire lives. They've just taken as factual everything the slave master has taught us. In my spiritual world, there isn't enough bleach on earth. There isn't enough detergent on earth to wash them clean. They cannot be cleansed. I don't care how much they call themselves pleading the blood. Nothing can wash you clean. And still, they have not repented. Okay? There isn't enough deodorizer of any kind on earth that can erase the stench that is on them. They have to be gotten rid of. The earth, the universe cannot sustain these people and their evil behavior. And this is not racist hate speech either. It's just telling the truth. Everything I have said is a statement of scientifically and historically verified evidence. And you can Google that. And after you Google it, you can take it to the bank. It is too late, I believe, that it is too late for the barbarians to repent. Okay? It appears to me that the universe has finally said to the barbarians, enough is enough. Enough is enough. You've gone too far already, and you will not go any farther, destroying the creation of the universe. I believe that the universe is convinced that there is no redemption for these folks. 40,000 years, that's a long time. It's a long time that they have been given to become human. 40,000 years were given to them to become human and civilized. And they are still not there. They are still murderous, still inhumane, still filled with this insane violence that they love. They seek it out. They leave home looking to make trouble. This is so pitiful. There are biological as well as physiological reasons as to why these people, why they're so brutish, why they are so barbaric. It's because they have calcified pineal glands. And we have spent, Africans have spent something like probably more than 1,000 years trying to humanize them. If you can't humanize them, it's impossible to civilize them. It can't be done. If God has not been able to do it in 40,000 years, what makes us think that we can? It can't be done. It is not in their nature. These people are controlled by their reptilian brain. That's it. That reptilian brain is neither subdued nor is it modified by the humanizing influence of the pineal gland. Look at where the pineal is located. Now, some people are always pointing, it's not up here. It's midbrain. And it sits right between, it sits on top of that reptilian brain. And it sits just before the limbic system. And it's the limbic system, due to the influence of the pineal gland, that led us to the warm-blooded animals and to humanity. So these people are controlled by that reptile brain. It's neither subdued by the pineal gland, nor is it modified by the humanizing influence of the pineal gland. Oh, Lord, my phone is ringing. I forgot to unplug it. I'm going on. I'm not stopping. The pineal gland links humanity. It links humanity with Almighty God. It links us to the cosmos. It links us to the universe. And this is how we can even receive messages from outer space. Now they're leaving a message. Oh, please. She'll call me back.
Well, take your time. Take your time. I play some music or something.
Why did she call at this time? That's my goddaughter calling me from Nigeria.
Wow.
She'll call back.
I thought it was the white man who lives across the street who's listening to the show and want to give you some choice words.
That is my Nigerian goddaughter calling me from Nigeria. Okay. Where was I? Talking about their reptilian brain. Yeah, humanizing them is not possible. And this is why, by African definition, the northern barbarians, they hate it when I say this, when I call them barbarians. But then just look at what happened in America. January 6th. That was the true, they showed their true selves right then. Did you see them hanging off the side of that building by 2 or 3 fingers, right? Talking to others down below. Okay. So by definition, they are not true human beings. They are demons, by definition. Demons because there is no semblance of humanity in them. 40,000 years of experience with them on this earth. And this is who they have always been. This is how they have always acted. When they show up, look for trouble. Look for strife. Look for hatred. Look for misunderstandings. Look for violence. Once they come into the mix, and they have still not changed. So, if you have no human sensibilities, then you cannot be called or classified by African terms as a human being. They are monsters. I always listen to speeches and everything by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad when he called them devils. I think about that. He was right. They are devils. They are demons. They are not real human beings. They are throwbacks of their Neanderthal and Denisovan ancestors who never became fully human and hated not being fully human. So their children today, their offspring, are still in that situation. That's their mindset. People are controlled. Human beings are controlled by that 500 million year old reptile brain. You know, them folks. They have no human sensibilities, and they do not have the full set of human capabilities or capacities. The pineal gland of the northern folks is calcified, and for the most part, it is non-functioning. What African people need to believe, what we need to believe and need to realize, is that these people are incapable of being humanized and civilized. They operate only on a selfish, cold, unemotional, cold-blooded level of reptilian survival. Isn't this why we refer to murderers as cold-blooded killers? Until I started doing this recent research in the past 2-3 years, the truth of that, the reality of it hit my brain. Cold-blooded killers. And that's without even knowing about what they call the reptilian brain. That term, that category has been among human societies for a long time. Cold-blooded killers, yes. So-called human beings that operate on the reptilian spiritual level of reality. And this is why the universe is taking them right off the earth right now, and why there is nothing anyone can do about it. Paleontologists have informed us of 2 critical factors that caused non-African hominids, folks, to become extinct. The first factor, and this is what the paleontologists say, the first factor that caused that extinction of the Neanderthals and the Denisovans was a cultural incapability of sharing. The first factor was their incapability culturally, their incapability of sharing anything. Is that any different from the way they behave today? Everything is for the individual, whether it belongs to that individual or not. If someone else has it and they want it, they will go in and by violence, they will kill you to get it. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. Is there anybody in the chat? So that was the first factor. The second factor is more critical. The second factor is physiological. Their inability to develop highly functioning human consciousness and spirituality. And that's because of their calcified pineal gland. So I want to stop right here. If there is anyone in the chat, I would like to hear from you. If not, I can end it here.
I'll drop the link and see. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, here's the link that you can drop if you want to come on in and speak to Dr. Ade. And just hit the link, follow the prompts. You don't have to show your face if you don't want. If you do, that's fine with me. We'll give a little second to come on in.
Sure.
Much appreciated. You have people across many social media platforms who are watching you right now.
And see, I don't always want to be talking at people.
We understand.
I want to talk with people.
Well, see, you have the lecture, and then you have the time when you step down and mingle amongst the people and share thoughts. Yeah. But you have a lot to share, and you researched, and you know, we want to hear what you have to say, and then we want to add on. So that's how we do it. And that's very honorable of you also, because there are a lot of people who have similar letters, which all letters are not created equal. It's the substance, but they don't want to hear anything. They're stuck in their ways. They don't want to trim around the base of the tree and turn over the soil and see what else is out there to modify what they have. So you're to be commended for that. I'm gonna drop the link in there one more time. I think it's a situation where the meal was so good, you know, you push yourself away from the table, you sit there for a while you're in a state of digestive bliss. Then later on in the comment section, they'll say, hey, I forgot to say this, or I forgot to say that. Anybody want to come on in? I just dropped the link in the chat room. And I do have other ways, Doctor, to vibe with the crowd. You know, look, let's try this out. You know, just like we did when we recorded the show with Danina, we used the conference line that you can call in on. Then we can have people ask you questions there. They can just dial the number, hit the link. It's easier if they don't want to do it this way. So if you want to come on to the conference line, and that way you won't have a screen or camera on you, You could relax and talk to the people. You can do it that way. Let me just take a poll and see how many people would like to do that. After we end this, we can go to the conference line.
Yes.
So you can do that. You can just call.
Yes. I'm surprised, though, because I was certain that some of the Hebrew Israelite folks and some of the Christian folks,
well,
some of the conscious folks, where is everybody?
Well, you know, sometime you don't have to say it. I'll say it. You know, having this platform, which is anybody can get a YouTube platform, but just being on here down through the years and having different people speak, a lot of these people, they're not gonna talk what they know. I'm not saying this about anybody here in the chat room or anybody in general, but this is just my general feeling. They're not gonna talk what they know because they don't know much. I call them the copy and pasters. These guys and women also, they will take YouTube videos. Okay, here we have someone who just came in. We have Brand Tidwell. She's here with us.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Brandy.
My question is, out of all the knowledge that we have collected, what is the solution to us moving forward? I'm hearing so much about this unity, and we're still digging up old skeleton wombs, and you know what I'm saying? Like, we know the history now. We're trying to get past this history. We know the Caucasians. We know how they work. What is the solution of moving forward, though?
Ever since I started doing a show on Lance's platform, I've been giving the solution. You have to come out of their system.
Well, I'm out of it.
Mentally and spiritually, and I have even provided the tools and the weapons that you need to do it. Lance, I need to ask.
Sure.
Has anyone asked for that packet of information?
Oh, no.
Oh,
nope,
yes.
I didn't. Oh.
No, I had several requests, and I still have a few more to fill that I just received. And I'm still I've been forwarding the email that you sent me, but I'm still going to put it on the page where they can just click the button and see everything out.
Okay.
So they've been asking.
Okay, so get the packet. Because I didn't get the packet, but I heard you say get the packet. I did hear you say get the packet.
So,
If you watch the show and don't get the packet, it's
so
like
I'm
the Chinese
giving you
restaurant.
the solution.
Yeah. True. Okay.
I'm spending all this time giving you the solutions,
Yes,
giving you
ma'am.
the way out, giving you the tools you need, showing you how you can use the tools as weapons, and you're asking, "Oh, what's the way out?"
Yeah, you did. I remember you saying that too. And because I do so much, you know what I'm saying? I do a lot. So that I didn't get the packet. No, ma'am, I didn't. No, ma'am. So yes, I will look over the packet and I will get back with you on another once I read the packet. Yes, ma'am, I will do that. Yes.
And there are even more illustrations and charts and everything that I have that I created over years of teaching this stuff, right?
Yes.
So the way out is for us to get out of it and get into our African culture. And I have detailed what that is.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes,
give you
ma'am.
a comparison and contrast. This is us and this is them. This is the way we think. That's the way they think. This is the way we have the behavioral traditions, and these are theirs.
Mhm.
And then once you have the packet, you look at it, and then like today, if you have the packet and you're familiar with some of those charts and illustrations, then you can chime in and have the language and
Yeah.
understanding that you need in order to have an intellectual conversation that brings you out.
True, true. And that, yes. Yeah, I need the packet because that's been my thing, the language fraud. Like I cannot get into the language lingo whatsoever. Like I don't know what it is.
And the language is simple.
It is. And I just can't, it's not clicking with me.
An
I don't
11th
know.
grade student can understand it the way I do.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I just
So
think I stick more to myself, my inner self, than trying to create this language for them when I know it's not a real language, maybe. I think that's my mind thinking on the language part.
I've given you the terms, the terminology in simple terms.
Okay.
In
Okay.
simple terms. That's what I mean by giving you the language. The
Yes,
simple
ma'am.
terms, the
Hmm.
concepts broken all the way down
Yes.
into
Yes.
simple terms.
Okay.
And see, I'm waiting and hoping that people will ask Lance to send them the packet
Yes. Well, I
so
will.
that they can, yeah, so that you guys have a chance to look at it. Because this is the way knowledge develops. This is the way learning develops. Someone
Yes.
gives you some material like I did, and you know the situation, you know the history, you know all that stuff. You know
Mhm.
you're abreast of what is going on. And then you look at some of these illustrations, these charts and explanations and conceptual, and you say, oh, now I understand.
Yes.
This is what is at play that's going on right now.
Hmm.
And the more you talk about it with others, then it begins to lodge in your brain. Your brain starts working and you start associating what
Yeah.
is broken down in these simple charts and everything. Then we start relating to each other. Oh, yeah, someone can make a point. Oh, this explains why and how this happened, why they think the way, why they do the things they do, and all of that. You can point to any event,
Yes.
any event,
Yeah.
and you will have the language, the terms, the terminology, and knowing how those things operate within society, against us, for them. That's when it becomes knowledge.
Yes.
That's when you really understand. See, I don't believe in people just being, what is it that I call it? Just doing intellectual masturbation,
Yeah.
having a lot of fancy terms. I,
But see,
really,
people
I call it
who do
intellectual
intellectual masturbation have the
masturbation.
climax of stupidity.
So they come out of some lectures, for example, on Egypt, ancient Egypt, right? And they
Mhm.
know these terms, and they can, you know, they can tell you the names of all the divinities and the deities and the kings and queens,
Yeah.
and they can run that thing down without pause, right?
Yes. Yeah.
but they don't really understand. They're just memorizing. It's not real knowledge. If it's real knowledge, if the concepts of the universe, the universal laws of the cosmic principles and the laws of nature, those things don't change, period.
True.
They never changed. They never will. Okay. If they truly understood those things, then they would be able to relate all of those things back to those deities and what spiritual capacities and powers they represent and all of that. But they're just regurgitating words.
Oh.
They make themselves look good, you know, doing the stroke. They're stroking.
I didn't see that. I didn't.
Get more dumb stroke.
See, you making me feel like you my grandma. I didn't see that.
I have gone too far now.
Yeah.
But you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
They are out there intellectually stroking.
I'll be stroking.
But in their daily lives, they have not changed.
Yeah.
They've not changed.
True. True.
So I am giving you at the 11th grade level, maybe even a 10th grader, if you sit and just look at them.
Yeah.
And think about them, you can begin applying them to any historical event and any current event.
Okay.
Then you have the terminology, the language, so that in your own terms, you can start describing what they are doing, why they are doing it. This proves their nature. You see what I'm talking about? This gives you power.
Yes.
And the more you do that, and the more you compare what they are doing, and see, I've got them side by side. What is our natural way of doing things, and what is their natural way of doing things? So your mind and your spirit begin to work, and God steps in.
Okay.
And gives what are they? We call it in church, and gives the increase.
Yes. Yes.
And you will find your intellect and your power and your spirituality automatically slowly going up.
Okay.
I don't need for people to say, you know, Dr. BORISHADE knows so much. I know very little compared to what I don't know. Every day of my life, I'm researching. Every day. I'm not lying to you. Every day, I am researching and putting things together in save my children. You're my children. Even Lance, at his age, he's like my son. Been around a long time.
I'm not too far behind you.
And sometimes the way I look confuses people. So
now you just remind me of my grandma.
Lance's age.
Yeah.
I have a question, Dr.
Lance's age approaching me for, you know.
Yeah.
And I have to tell them, you know, there's no way, you're too young.
I have a question for you. Dr. Ade. I have a question for you. Since we spoke on intellectual masturbation, did that have any influence on the title of the show? Who came first?
Yes.
That went over
Yes.
your head. I'm sorry. I'll just be quiet on that one.
You mean in terms of males and females?
No, it's a joke.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'll shut up. You know, we have a full house here.
Yeah, the sister trying to come through. Sis, you trying to
We
come
got
through?
we got Brandy. Jump
Yes,
on in,
sir.
everybody. Jump on in. No, you can keep talking, Brandy.
Okay.
But yeah.
I didn't want to leave you out, sis. I seen you.
Hi. Hi.
Uh,
I appreciate everybody so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ade. You are so inspirational, as I said before, and I'm so glad to be able to speak with you again and to hear you. I've been listening the whole time from the very beginning. And I have a few questions. Yes, ma'am. I have a few questions. The first one is, how do I get the packet?
Just
email me.
He'll email it to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll put it back at the bottom of the screen. Just email me at lance@lancescurv.com. Here it is right here. And just put packet in the title.
Okay.
The subject. Yeah. And I'll forward it to you.
Okay. One of the things, I have a couple things I want to ask you, Dr. Ade. Number one is, for the people who are so ingrained in the Patrix, in that way of thinking, in that way of being, that they're so subconsciously, controlled by that train of thought. Is it really important that me or anybody else who wants to inspire them for change and to be able to help see themselves, help us see ourselves, to do so without the shame aspect, to try to take the shame out as much as possible? Because from my perspective, there's no other way a person can be if their subconscious mind is so, imposed on. So it's no need to be ashamed of the fact of being whitewashed. But it seems like the shame gets in the way of people being able to see that. So is it important? Is that something that you see as important?
It is all important. And you've asked a very important question. And there are two kinds of shame. One shame, or aspect of shame, that we carry is that we have been whitewashed. The other is historical, being labeled as something, not just labeled, but labeled and treated as something that is less than human, and taking it on as a belief.
mhm.
So we're dealing with two kinds of shame. There is no reason for any of us to be ashamed of being brainwashed. I'm still brainwashed. That's why I do so much research.
I hear you.
Mhm.
That's wow. That's a
We
lot.
are all brainwashed.
Yeah, that's a lot. Hearing that come from you is really something. I appreciate you expressing that.
I don't care how Afrocentric or Africa centered we claim to be.
Mhm.
There is still some of that junk in us.
Yes.
But the more we study about ourselves, then the more we get to love ourselves and everything about us.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yeah.
And the more we love ourselves, the less we are ashamed of ourselves. We have every reason to be so proud of ourselves.
Yes.
We
Yes.
have every reason to be the proudest people on the face of the earth, and we were once there. So it's like something cut across our development. And we now have to get back to where we once were. You understand?
Yes, absolutely.
So, and that's why you see this word, Sankofa. And you see the bird with her head turned backwards. The symbolic meaning of that is put into a, in Africa, they say, return and fetch it. Go back and pick up that thing that you left off. So let me tell you about the symbolic meaning of that bird, and you will see her in various positions. Sometimes she is just standing with her head turned backwards. Symbolically, what that means is she has remembered something that she forgot. Just remembering. And her head is turned because she is thinking, I need to go back and get that. That's when you see the bird just standing with her head turned backwards. So in all these different positions, I'm going to show you how everything that goes from that position on has a different layer of meaning and understanding. Okay, so there is another one where she is standing, her head is turned backwards, and she has an egg. Sometimes it is in the mouth, sometimes it's like she's dropping it. Okay, so it's out of her mouth, headed toward the earth, right? What does that mean? That means that she has not only remembered that she should go back, but she has actually gone back. And now she has returned, and she is standing there with an egg in her mouth, or the egg is dropping from her mouth to the earth. If it is in her mouth, that layer of understanding or meaning is that I've been back, I retrieved it, I've got it. But it doesn't say what she's going to do with it, right? Let's talk about the egg. Whenever you see that egg, it means that something new and wonderful is about to be born on earth. So if she is dropping the egg, she's dropping it to the earth so that it can be born. So that's 3 levels of meaning, right? It doesn't stop there.
Okay. All right.
So just in our art from Africa and our concepts, these ideas and understandings have been conceptualized physically. And you find the Sankofa bird, even that design will even be in fabrics. So these ideas go way back thousands and thousands of years. So let me give you another one. Another layer of meaning is if you see her in flight. Sometimes she is pictured in flight with her head turned backwards. And that layer of meaning is this. I'm trying to move forward. I am moving forward. No, I'm trying to move forward. But all of a sudden, I remember I cannot go any farther without going back to retrieve what was left behind or what was lost. But it really means to retrieve what was left behind, consciously left behind, not lost. So she is in flight, moving forward or trying to, but she can't. She suddenly realized, no, I've got to stop. And you know that whichever way the head is turned, that's the direction that the body is going in. So you understand that once she realizes it, she's trying to move forward. She comes to the realization, I can't move forward. I have to go back. And I have to retrieve that thing that I left behind. And once I retrieve it, then I can truly move forward in life.
Yes.
Another level or layer of meaning and understanding. See what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Wow. I've also heard you speak of culture in a way that I had never heard anyone speak of culture before. And I've been, adjusting my brain to take in what you're saying about it. It all rings true for me already. Um, as an artist, a musician, grew up playing the blues and playing what everybody calls jazz. To me, it's all of our music, with different labels, but that style of music is what I grew up playing, and it has so much, of course, African influence that I didn't even realize it wasn't conscious. It's like when I dance, it wasn't even conscious until I learned later a lot of the connections to Africa. And I always thought of that as being a part of moving the culture forward, as when I make contributions as a musician, as an artist, as a music teacher. And when I hear you speak of culture being the way a person thinks and the fundamental thoughts that we have, I really appreciate being able to restructure that foundation of what culture is. And I know I'm simplifying things, and I've only began to hear you speak. So I don't, proclaim to know exactly what you're saying 100%, but that's what I got from it. And my question is, I also hear you speak of your appreciation and love for music when you say oldies and goodies, and how those were love songs back in those days, and how important that was for our spirit and us moving forward and loving each other. So I know that you have a respect and reverence for the music that we contribute, from here and the motherland, and globally, as Black people globally. So will you um, expound on how that is a connection to the culture, even though that's not culture per se, the music that we create and the art that we create, the dance, all the different, aspects of what we bring that I've been thinking of as culture. Will you expound on how that's a offshoot of culture?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It is not just an offshoot of culture. That's within the aesthetic, the artistic as the artistic aspect of culture. But culture is everything. When we start talking politics, we're talking culture. When we talk about education, that's culture. When we think of clothing, that's culture. Everything human beings do in all our behavior, it is governed and shaped by culture. Now, you're being an artist, right? You're a performing artist. You, which one? You talked about dance, right?
Yeah, I'm a musician or pianist. My background is in music. I also love dance and I have a background in dance, but as a professional, I've been a professional musician since I was like 16. My mother is a jazz singer, so I come from a family of musicians.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a musician, but I have friends and colleagues who are musicians, and they talk about the fact that African musicians, wherever you find them, we have something other groups don't, and it's called the quarter tone. I can't really explain it because I'm not a musician, but whatever instrument we are playing, there is a tone within a tone.
Mm-hmm.
There are half tones, right?
Yeah. Tone within a
Do
tone
you
within
understand what I'm saying?
a tone. Absolutely.
There are half tones. And going through my PhD program, I learned about quarter tones. And we're practically the only group that uses that all the time. And that's where jazz comes in, because we hit notes and then the way we put them together is unique among us. Let me tell you what I do know about dance, African dance. Um, this camera drives me crazy. I see something going off my shoulder and I'm trying to concentrate on what I'm saying, and it's in reverse. So
So gorgeous. You are so gorgeous. I just have to stop and say that. I have the
I think
energy.
it's my right hand, and on the camera, it's my left. All right, let me tell you about African dance and how it is culturally different and spiritually different than European dance. With classical European dance, they believe in a creator God that is out in the sky. So in classical dance, what are they doing? Look at their movements. Everything is the extremities. They are reaching up, and these leaps. Is it making sense to you?
You know it is. You be having
And
me.
they are on their toes. Their extremities are stretched to the extremes, from the feet to the finger. And because they are reaching for inspiration from their God out in the sky, out in the heavens somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. How about African dance? And that's the way it's judged. Now, I talk to people and they don't even realize there is such a thing as classical African dance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on. We don't have nothing, right?
Yeah.
The Europeans have everything. So you
That
start talking about how classical African dance is judged, and you see people look at you like,
Yeah.
classical.
Yeah.
It's the same with philosophy. Okay. When that Afrocentric movement came in, thanks to my academic father, right? Molefi Asante. Hi, Molefi, if you ever see this. For the first time, when we are in small groups, especially mixed groups on campus, for example. And we might be sitting down, or we might be just standing up on campus, just talking. And someone will mention European philosophy, and somebody will mention Asian philosophy, and I don't miss a beat. I jump right in with both feet.
Okay.
Talking about African philosophy. And it's like, I love that expression when they go,
yeah, right.
and I'm running it down.
Yeah.
From the conceptual aspect down to the behavioral, and hit the, and they're like,
yeah.
So when it comes to African dance, there is a saying that we have. I don't care what kind of dance you're doing. You've heard it. You still do it. Get down.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing when we say get down?
We getting down when we say getting down. That's
We
what
are
we're doing.
physically.
You said physically?
Physically, we are getting down.
Yeah. Grounded.
We start lowering our,
Yeah.
instead of stretching out.
Instead of going out. Yeah.
We start lowering ourselves toward the earth, or toward the ground, toward the floor.
Naturally connected. That's what we do. That's who
and
we
in
are.
classical African dance, that's when the highest points, that's when you get the highest points. Because we not only get down in that semi-crouched position, but look at what we are doing in that position. Feet are doing one thing. Arms and elbows, shoulders are coming into an head, and
everything.
torso, and all at one time. No one else can do that but us.
Yes.
All at the same time. And why do we get down to the earth? Because God to us is in here. This is where God is. In here, not out there. Some folks are still waiting for that one with his hush. I'm about to say too much. They'll cancel Lance's show if I say what I almost did. We understand that God is here. That's in one of the charts, right? One of the illustrations. Not only that, but we have the spirits of the ancestors underneath our feet. And when that music gets good to us, and it always requires that bass.
Yeah.
Now with them, it's the high tones.
Yeah.
With us, it's the bass. And you know that we can have on these nice outfits and everything, and we come into the club, and we don't want to get sweated up. So we sit there with our, little drinks and finger food, and then that bass locks in.
All over.
The drums and that bass fiddle, as we used to call, when those two things we lose it. We just lose it and jump up and
it's wrong. Yeah. Yeah.
Notice something else. Black folks, when we're into it, we close our eyes and dance. No one else does that. Spirit. And we squat, we get into that semi-squat, and all this stuff is working. And the concept is, the way we explain it, the strength and the energy from the ancestors
Mm.
is coming up
Yeah.
into us through our feet,
Yeah.
up into our heads and our hearts. And then the energies from above are
Mhm.
coming down. So at those times, we have cosmic energy coming down and ancestral energy coming up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we are in a zone.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And when we come out of the zone and open our eyes coming out of the zone, people are standing around looking like, you know what I'm talking about.
We literally go someplace else. Yeah.
This is who we are.
Yes.
No one else can do this except us.
So gifted. What a gift. Yes.
And all those movements and everything. What?
Yeah.
They can try, but they'll have to see a chiropractor for several weeks afterwards. Because I'm serious. Neuromelanin bathes our muscles.
Mm-hmm.
And it accounts for our sense of rhythm because it responds to every sound and it responds to light and to sound. And it gives us smooth muscle movements. This is why we have what we call rhythm and they don't have it. This is why they're so jerky.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And even when they learn how to do African dance, they can do the technical steps, but they don't, something is missing. And what's missing is rhythm.
Yeah.
And they don't see it and they don't understand it, but we can just look at them and say, right? But when we see each other dance,
ooh, it's something else.
Something else even takes place.
Yeah.
We can be sitting looking cute.
Trying to sit, trying to stay sitting.
But when we see African dance performed, man, and listen to the music, and you're seeing the performance. Have you ever been to any African performances?
Absolutely. Yes. For
When
sure.
that music gets good and those dancers start hitting it,
Mm-hmm.
everybody, nobody is in the seats.
Right. Right.
Everybody is out of the seats, down the aisle, down front. Everybody is doing their thing.
It's a spiritual thing.
It is a spiritual thing.
It's sacred. Yeah. It's a sacred part of us, who we are.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you bringing the dance in particular, because one of the things I've been noticing is I'm here to, not only spread the joy through the music and the history. I come from a family of historians, and
Wonderful.
that's a very big part, is the
A
music part.
family of griots.
What'd you say?
Griot.
Okay.
Griots. These are the traditional storytellers and historians.
Yes.
And they have a very high status. And that's from thousands of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Every king, for example, has his, and every queen, they have their own personal griots. And when they are visiting, for example, the griot goes in front of them with a talking drum and with the African guitars and everything. And they are making music, but they are telling the history at the same time, especially history that involved this particular king or queen.
Mm.
So our culture is wonderful.
So rich. So rich. And I feel like it's really important for our young people to express from a place of love, from a place of knowing our culture in the music. And I'm so inspired to see that it's more and more of us doing that. They're, of course, not going to be on TV, or the mainstream is not pushing these artists. But
But why should
nonetheless,
they?
artists are nowadays, we are the industry, so we are moving forward, and it's really nice to see. And I feel like it's only a matter of time before there will be masses of our people really listening to music that lift us up, that educate us, you know. Since we're the ones who brought everything in the first place. But I noticed as an artist, and I also publish books, music books for children. Um, and I noticed that people are, when I even look for images for young Black musicians, it's hardly none online. It's all, just this culture of our music being celebrated by other cultures and not ours, because we don't know, collectively.
Mhm.
So as I bring this to us, I see that as being important. I would like to give books to both you and Lance. Lance, I'll just include that in the email, because I would like to send both of you books, for our young people to be inspired to know our history, the
Thank
part
you.
of us here in America, the American history from the blues to now, in addition to what you're speaking about before we got here. But my specialty at this point is here, what we have contributed to the world, from the blues to hip hop and everything in between. And I see the other important thing is for us to dance. We don't dance anymore. So like when you talk about the African dance and the spiritual nature of it, I feel like it's the same for us here, whose ancestors have been here for generations, where dance used to be an important part of our culture, or our expressing a part of our culture. And when we get back to that, that's going to unify us as well. So I just feel like it's just a matter of time before we get back to all of those things. And it's going to make a really big difference when we do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And like I said, the more we learn to love ourselves, we have every reason to love ourselves.
Yeah.
But some of us are so lazy. It's laziness.
Yes. Yes. I
That's
feel
all
like
it is.
is that one of the main things that they did to us, not to make an excuse, because we have to continue to do for ourselves and raise ourselves up. But I'm asking, that's not our doing, right? I mean, that was done to us too. It's this big laziness that is kind of, we're suffering from collectively.
It's laziness, and it's also being hooked on distractions.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way we started this show, talking about distractions. So that even if you don't have a computer, but you have a cell phone, that's a computer still,
Yes.
because you're connected to the internet.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of looking for something educational, you're going to nasty hip hop, with the foul language.
Yeah.
You're going to pornography. These are distractions. And so we're not learning about ourselves. I have people who converse with me, right? And right off the bat, they start talking about how we've been brainwashed. And they can go into minute details, talking about the different ways that we have been brainwashed.
Mm-hmm.
And after a couple minutes or so, I stop them because I don't want to hear it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The more we talk about that, the more we are strengthening their spirit.
Yes. Yes. I've been noticing that since I was a little girl. I've been trying to tell the people around me that.
Stop talking about them.
Right. Right.
Start talking about the wonderful things that we are.
Mm-hmm.
So we are holding back our own development. All you can talk about is them, them, them. You're giving them our energy. So I stop them and I tell them that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I turn the conversation around and I ask, since you know all these things about how and why and when we were brainwashed, I ask, since you know all of this, what are you doing to get unbrainwashed?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you know all the details in terms of how we got enslaved, how we are still enslaved,
Mm-hmm.
you know the solutions. So I ask, what are you doing to unwash your brain? Then they start getting agitated. They start, well,
Right. Yeah.
have you seen people
I
start doing
have.
this? And
I
then they start
absolutely
looking
have.
and,
Yeah.
and
Or mad at me. Oh my goodness.
because all of a sudden, just that question has created cognitive dissonance in them. You're talking one thing and you're doing something. It doesn't make sense. Now they're confused and they're angry because you're the source of their confusion. I'm not the source. You're not the source.
Right. Right.
And all they can do is want to go back to talking about what has, yeah, but see, they did, yeah, so what? Are you not a human being?
Mm-hmm.
Did God not create you in its image to go and physically dominate the world?
Mm-hmm.
And they can't answer. From then on, they don't want to talk to me. I also ask them, depending on age, and most often they have children because these are grown folks. I ask, okay, what are you teaching your children? Are you unwashing their brain, giving your energy to them, talking to your children and your grandchildren about how powerful and everything they are, but not how powerful and wonderful and everything we are?
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they really become angry.
Yeah.
So these are people who do a different type of intellectual masturbation.
Hmm.
It's a different type of masturbation,
Hmm.
but it's masturbation anyway.
Wow.
They
Wow.
want to talk, but
Yeah.
they don't want to do.
Yeah.
They want to talk and they don't want to be.
Or feel. It's like they don't want to feel.
Not even that.
Yeah.
Not even that.
Mm-hmm.
So people like that are like specks of dust. They don't know who they are. They don't know where they are from. They don't know where they are going. They are like specks of dust. Any puff of wind can blow them anywhere. There is an African proverb that says, if you don't know where you're going, anything, and I add to it, anything or any fool can take you there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just blow on them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
especially if you're a non-African. And boogity boogity, there they go. Boogity boogity.
Boogity boogity. Oh my goodness, my grandfather used to say that. He used to have so many sayings. Oh my goodness, that's one of them. He had me cracking up too. Oh my goodness. Not only do you give us these gems and you're so free with it and you're so radiantly beautiful, it is so funny at the same time. The way you just break the truth down straight up is the funniest. And I appreciate that humor. It like it helps me to expand my mind and feel good at the same time.
Why not? I've said this before. My late mother had two sayings. She said, life is sweet if you don't weaken.
Yeah.
And the other one is, life is good. Wait. Oh, no. It was, life is good if you don't weaken. And the other is, life is sweet if you can still laugh and keep a sense of humor. Yes.
I love it. Well, you're so radiant and so elegant, you know, and so like so studied. It's like I'm really I feel enriched to have discovered who you are for myself. Like not like I discovered you.
Praise God.
But you know, it was like last week. That's when I heard you on Lance's show. So again, I want to give Lance your flowers as well. I appreciate you so much on so many levels.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, and for having this goddess here and having, you know, being so generous with your time and everything like that. So I will get off the camera. Maybe somebody else wants to come on, whatever it is, but I'm gonna keep on listening. I'm gonna keep listening.
Thank you so much.
I just remembered, Lance, did you put my little notice up there?
The notice? Oh, you mean the Cash App?
Yes, I always forget it because
now,
I never asked for anything.
Okay, let me I want you to give it to me again, because what happened was I had some power issues in the area. I was preparing for the show, and then my internet up here in the mountains, the connection got bad, and I had all those delays, and so I was probably 5 minutes before we went live that I finished the banner that I did, and that's why I didn't put it on there. But it will be on there every time. I just need you to give that to me.
You need it now?
Yeah. And we'll put it up.
Hold on.
Green. No problem. I had so many frustrating delays.
I have to look because I haven't really memorized it.
Right. No problem. We'll take our time.
It's $.
Okay, let me get to the chat room. I want everybody to put it down. And I'll okay, $, of course.
A for apple. B for baby. S A N K O C L E.
Okay. We're going to pop that up there right now. And you're welcome, Brandy. Always love. And let me just say, what else could I be doing right now to have so much fun? You know what I mean? What else could I be doing? I'm having fun. I'm home. I'm safe. You know, to my sisters and the brothers that popped in, but they left a little bit early. But look, I'm 60 years old. I'm not 150. I think I got a little bit of juice left in my fruit. This is helping to preserve me. Now seeing you, I'm like, whoa, I gotta follow in your footsteps. Look, I know people in their 60s and they're done. You see what I mean? They're done. Look. I thought I was on TikTok. I saw a backside on the screen. I'm like, wait, the cat. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that these are the kind of conversations and sharing of energy that I grew up on. This is bringing me back. The intelligence, the humor, the sharing of energies, and just our energy collectively. I was that little boy, 4 and 5 years old, sitting down playing with my little toys and my parents, and just going to rehearsals with my mother, because she sung opera. She graduated from Juilliard School of Music, so she had different groups that she was in. So I would always go. And then my father had his own business, so on Saturday they were together, but I had to choose: am I going to go with him on his job? So I split it, and we're in New York City, in Manhattan. So I had rich throwbacks of intellectuals, of Black people, of people who are community people, people who are activists, even if they didn't have the actual title on their name, in their soul and heart of hearts, that's what they were. I tell everybody, that's where my root is. That's what my foot is grounded in. Then I had to go to the 70s, 80s, 90s, and I'm looking at 2023 like, what the heck? My world is gone. But it's not, because all of us who hold on to that same energy and share it, it brings me back. And I'm that little boy again who is so happy just to be around and to hear the jokes, to hear the information given. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Like I always tell people, as a little boy, I was about a mile away from where Malcolm X was shot. I was born in the hospital that they wheeled him across the street to go to. So that was in the air growing up. All the Afrocentric and African groups and little shops and bookstores and 125th Street back in the day. Oh, man. Before it was gentrified. I think somebody's trying to give you a message. Yeah. So I'm way up in the mountains in West Africa, but I'm home in my heart with the people I love. I'm home here too. But that throwback thing, to me, there's no place, there's no club, there's no bar, there's no decadent place I would rather be right here. People and talking and just listening. I'm right here. The couple of times you call me, it's perfect time. Whenever I go to the bathroom, I'm like, as soon as I go, she's gonna call me. But I'm here the whole way through, and I love it. And even after, when I do my graphics and write little things up and do little things on LANCESCURV.com or whatever, I'm loving it even then. And people don't even see me. It's in the midnight hour. Last night I was up. I had a situation where I'm probably going to put it up on in the community tab. A bat flew in the house last night. A bat. Oh, and it was flying around. Let me tell you, it was flying around in the bedroom upstairs. And Mr. Scurv screamed out, and I was recording something like I had told you. And I ran up there, and she was, like she's a country girl, but she wasn't feeling no bat. And when the bat is inside, it looks so huge. So, we're still doing our construction.
They can be very big. I'm telling you. I have been there, and I have done that.
Well, they fly around the house. So I had to go. We don't have a door in the bedroom window because we still have yet to do the tile work there and everything. So, we're good. It's only me and her here. So I got a 4x8 piece of plywood, put it over the door. Right. I walked out on the balcony, and I had to pull back the window, hoping it would fly out. It just kept circling and circling and circling and circling. So she handed me a broom, and I'm outside on the balcony now, and I'm trying to hit the bat, but not commit by putting my face in the open window. So I timed it. I hit it twice as it flew around. The last time I got the time right, and pow, he hit the ground. So I had to go in there and step on him. And he looked at me and gave me a death stare with my foot in his face. So I had to get it up. The blood was everywhere. It was, but look, we're up in the mountains. You open the window real quick, or open the door real quick, something might fly in. So that's what happens. The papaya trees are all over the house, around the house,
Yes.
and they go out and eat that. So when the owls
Yes.
come around, you hear them out there. Ooh, there's no bats. You know, so it's amazing. But I love it. I don't love bats flying around. And
It
she
would've
was
been-
in the.
It would have been more fun if you had a cat at the time, because
That's what I was saying. That's what I was
that
saying.
would be double drama.
Keto's
Just
back.
one more-
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
Nope.
because I went to Cash App, I wondered if you would give us that Cash App one more time. Maybe I wrote it down
Yes.
incorrectly, because I went
It's
there
on
and
the
wasn't
screen.
able to
It's
access.
on the screen.
Yeah, I even copied and pasted it from the screen. I
Okay.
did just a copy paste. So is there another, like maybe Venmo or any other form?
We'll have a
Zelle?
work on that.
Okay.
Yes, that was cool.
Zelle is great.
Zelle is very cool because it's free. It,
They don't
Yes.
take anything out.
it just goes
That's
from
right.
bank to bank.
There
Yes.
you go.
Mhm.
So
Yes,
do you
so-
know it? Email address?
My
The one you have connected to the Zelle?
Sometimes.
it's my last name,
Okay.
in fact, doesn't it use your full name?
Okay.
It all
It's
depends on how you fill out. No, well, what we'll do,
Ask your bank. I think they use your full name.
Well,
Well, I
it's
think that's
whatever
it.
email address that you use.
Email address.
Sometimes it's the
Is
phone.
it the email? Okay, my last name, BORISHADE at gmail.com.
Okay.
Okay, M. Lola. M. Lola said the Cash App is spelled wrong.
No,
Okay, it's ABSANKOCLE.
correct.
Yeah, that's what I had as well. And I just did a simple copy paste to make sure, you know,
Yes.
and it
Right.
didn't come up. But Zelle is great too. So now that we have that, we can do Zelle.
Sure.
So, yeah, so Sister Zelle is your last name. I'll just put this banner up for a second that has your last name on it. It's the banner that advertises your YouTube channel so people can get it right. Okay, and it's the last name here, starting with a B, because the first name is covered with the Cash App. So
Yes.
that's it right there.
The first name is A for Apple, D for Daniel, E, and the rest of it, yes, there it is.
Okay.
See, I've always had people send me money. I've never used Zelle to send money. So all of a sudden I was thrown. I'm not sure. But, you know, just a simple phone call to your bank and they will tell you why. Because it's just from bank to bank. And they make it very easy, very simple.
Yeah, I like Zelle as well.
Yes.
I like it as
Yep.
well. Okay, you all have a beautiful evening.
You as well.
Anytime.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to the time when several of you will have the packet
Yes.
and will look at the information and have questions.
I'm looking forward to it as well.
I'm looking to that kind of a show
Mm-hmm.
where I'm not just talking at people,
Mm-hmm.
but you guys are actually learning. Think about how valuable that information is when you start teaching your children.
Mm-hmm.
Once we begin to use that on the air, right? You will see just how powerful it is when we begin to use it. And you say, oh, then, you know, the understanding. It can be very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Today, you know, we can still, like I said, for the days that you don't have any charts to share, we can always go right here on the conference line. And let me move this logo. It holds up to 100 people, and you can call in anytime you want to call in. We set it up like say we have a show now, and then you announce when you want to do it over the phone. That way you can lay down, you can relax, people can call in, and each segment of a show is up to 5 hours. And if you want to keep on going, you just hang up and call again. And there's a link internationally that people can come into the same conference line. But I'm gonna do another graphic and have that link. But right now that there's a number 321-521-2515, 24 hours anytime, and it records. See, so when you do that particular type of show, say for example, you don't want to be in front of the camera, you call that number at a designated time. Everybody gets on. You got 5 hours to talk, and we get up to 100 people in there, and then I'll put it up on social media after it's done, and everybody can get the knowledge from that particular show. That, like I said, you might feel under the weather, and you say, you know what, let's do one of those, and it works, nice and clear. I'll moderate it. I'll make sure just the background noise and keep the silence. And one at a time, we'll ask questions, and you can talk all into the night. Last minute shows, just announce it. Next time we do a show, announce another time where you can do a straight teaching show, one that doesn't require the visuals, and it's just the talking whenever you want. It's going to be as long and short as you want.
But at the same time, I really want to talk to those people who are serious.
Right.
And I know that you are serious if you ask for the packet. I'm not even charging you for it.
Right.
I'm giving it to you free. Why am I doing that? Because you're my children. And I need to know before I transition that I did everything I could to take you to a better place. So I know the serious people because they want the information. The people who are not serious, they just want to flap their gums and rock their jaws and do, the intellectual masturbation.
Which results in the climax of stupidity.
But you see, these are skills. They represent skills and tools that most people cannot get unless they go to the university.
Right.
And no one is doing it on this level. But people who have been to the university don't need it. They know.
That's right.
I'm offering this to my children who cannot and have not made it to the university. But I am giving you the tools that you need in order to change the narrative. Because when you get online and start using these charts and this information, see, then you are moving forward, discussing and debating from a level of knowledge.
Right.
And it's giving you the terminology that you need. Exactly. You don't have to use these big words. Once you have the knowledge and the simplified terms, then you can work on yourself and go to larger terms and start discussing the concepts. Some of it is already conceptualized for you. So you can have intellectual conversations, although you have not been to the university. That is what I am offering you. And I'm telling you this because I want to know that my people are really interested in getting out of this what? Enslavement.
That's what it is.
People want to talk the talk, but not walk the walk. And this is why we're still in this predicament. This predicament is hell. And I don't see a whole lot of people. I don't see a critical mass trying to get out. People are just
mass.
praying and shouting and, you know, talking about it, talking about how we have been enslaved.
Right.
That's what it is. And the worst kind of enslavement is mental and spiritual enslavement. And this feeling, this attitude that we can't get out because Whitey is mighty. But once you start investigating, using these simple tools that I've given you, and from these simple tools, you can even do independent research just by just going and you know, going into the internet on your own. That's where the most learning comes from.
Right.
It can't come from people like me. Even at the university, even at the college, even in school, right? Your instructors, your teachers, your professors can only give you 50%, up to 50%, if you are very attentive. The other 50% or more is up to you, is up to the student. And we make time for everything else. And see, sooner or later, I'm going to transition. And you will be left here in the same position. And it hurts my heart when people call me about lectures that I started when I came home from Africa in 2013 and started having workshops and just slowly using, you know, taking people along in baby steps, starting with the Bible and slowly bringing us on up to speed, right? So it has been 10 years since 2013. And I even gave them paperwork with the links to particular YouTube videos and everything on certain subjects. I gave them everything they needed. And during my workshops, I alone was carrying all this technical equipment, the overhead projector and the screen and the food, because I don't have workshops and I don't do lectures without feeding my people. So I was doing all that even in the winter time by myself. And I have people who went to those very first workshops, 2014 and 15. They will contact me 5 years later, asking me to go in depth on something I taught them from my heart and my sweat 5 years earlier. And I tell them, look, I'm no longer there. I'm not going into that. What happened to your paperwork? What happened to this? What happened to that? Have you done any research from the documents that I gave you? And the answer was no. So they're stuck. They are stuck because they want to be stuck.
Right.
Because we always have time for the things we want to have time for.
For real.
Right?
We make time for those things.
We make time for those things. We make time for gossip.
Oh, man, I hate it.
Celebrities. And the award shows. Don't start talking about the sports,
Oh God.
the football, the baseball, and whatnot. We make time for that. We make parties for football. We're gathering at my house and we're going to have the kegs of beer and the food. But we're not feeding our brains. Especially, we are not feeding our brains about who we are. And I am trying my best to bring people up to speed. I haven't hit the real deals yet. You need to go and look at my video entitled "In the Beginning Was She." Because this male god that they introduced is not the real deal. Males and manhood is not the whole deal. What can a man be? And what can a man do without a woman? Very little. And men have been in control of this world for a good long time. And look at the mess they have made of it. So I'm trying to ease you guys in on the matriarchal system. Because we didn't have all this mess, all this unnatural stuff. Look at the way men govern. Look at the way they govern. They can ride around in expensive cars and have private jets and have this, that, and the other, and eat at these restaurants and spend enough on one meal at a restaurant as I pay rent every month, right? It's chump change. And they can ride through the poor areas of their cities and go to the poor areas, poverty-stricken areas of the country and feel good. Feel good about keeping them there. They don't care about hungry children. They don't care that folks in West Virginia, up in those mountains and everything, you know, they survive on rutabagas and God knows what. They don't care about that. As long as those individuals in leadership, in government, as long as they are all right. They have lied to all of us, okay? But for us to be drinking their Kool-Aid when there is no reason for us to be doing that, that's what hurts my heart. And those of us, like Brother Lance, who are trying to wake us up, I'm so grateful for his platform because I didn't just start doing this. I've been doing this all my adult life. But they become angry with us for telling them the truth and for showing them the way to get out of this enslavement box. They want to be there. Slavery is the comfort zone for a lot of people. Be damned if you're going to pull them out. And they will often bring up that story about crabs in a bucket, right? Well, there is more than one interpretation. Okay, you have crabs in a bucket, and one crab has made it to the top of the bucket and is about to flip over out of the bucket. And another crab catches on to that one. And that's interpreted as our own people see us getting away and will pull us down. That's only one interpretation, but that's the only one we usually hear. Here's another interpretation. The crabs that are in the bucket are not as skillful as the one that is about to get out. And they grab on to the one that is about to get out, saying, "Take me with you." That's another whole story, isn't it? Do we
Sure
ever
is.
hear that interpretation? Here's a third interpretation. Crabs in the ocean don't act like that. They've got business to attend to. Everybody is taking care of their own business. Everyone is happy.
There you go.
However, the crabs in the bucket find themselves in an unnatural situation, a crazy, insane situation. Why are all of us in this tiny little bucket where we can't even move around well? And when you are in an insane situation over long periods of time, and it is forced upon you, you become insane. Nobody talks about that interpretation. So I just want us to wake up. That's all. We're in the bucket, trying to get out of this insanity. But some of us like it in the bucket.
I got scared for a second when you said that. When you said some of us like it in the, I'm like, uh-oh, what is she about to say?
In the bucket. We never reach up to grab on to that one that's leaving.
That's true.
We like it right there because we don't know what's outside the bucket. You knew once. It hasn't been that long since you were in the ocean. It is your nature to be in the ocean. It is our nature to be in Africa or to create an African environment no matter where we are on the earth. That's what's natural. But wherever we are on the earth, some of us choose to be in a bucket type of situation. Okay.
That's beautiful. Oh, I just sent out a bunch of packets. So those who requested it, I just sent it out. So you should have it in your inbox right now. I'm also going to put it on the site. So if they want to look at it online, if they're not able to open it up on another type of device, because sometimes it's good to have options. Process doing that right now while you talk. So we good.
And see, I understand the problem. I understand why people didn't just jump on. Now, had they been Jewish, you know where I'm going, they'd have jumped on that. Because they're about learning knowledge. Had they been maybe Chinese, or Japanese, definitely, by the time we ended that first show, you would have been overwhelmed having to send out all these emails. I guarantee you. But our people We're just interested in these, what? I've lost I've lost words. It's hard to make me speechless, but these diversions. And some of these diversions are destructive. You know, just based on raw sex, talking about sex, showing sex, getting sex. Boogity boogity.
Lord.
Boogity boogity. And if you want some real secrets, put it in a book and put it in front of them. They will never read it. Mm-mm. But the gossip, that's where they are. And it's pitiful. So I'm doing my job. I'm talking to the heavenly forces now. I'm doing my job the best I can. It's up to them. It's up to y'all. And I'm not going to be around forever. So it's up to you. Yeah. Lance, we have been on for how long? Woo.
We've been on for 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 3 seconds.
I need to get off the air and give my give my cats their canned food.
Yes, I understand.
I'm sorry, the other one hasn't joined this one.
They were throwing hints.
Sister. Mm-hmm.
Oh, my email again, I'll put it back in there. It's simple. I'll type it in. I'll also speak it out. It's Lance at LANCESCURV.com. Here it comes in the chat room.
Okay.
And make a note of Dr. Ade's Cash App on the screen to the left-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
And bless her for all of her work. And that's a whole lot of work. Listen, if I was if I was Jeff Bezos or the other one there, Elon Musk, I wouldn't have enough money to be able to pay you back for all you've done. We would break Cash App, Zelle, PayPal. They'd be overrun with money coming in if we tried to pay you for all you've done, and we still would be deficient. So whatever little bit we can get. That's right.
We're trying to, close this session down, but I'm just sitting here wondering, where are the men?
Mm-hmm. Well, we have some men here, but overall, I know what you mean.
And maybe they just missed this show.
Yeah, we had one brother, Kwame. He came on, but he maybe he had to go. We do have men, but we wanted to be more vocal, especially when you're on to speak.
Yes, and I realized maybe they didn't see this particular show live.
Right.
And by the time they see the recorded show,
they'll leave comments and
you.
Again, that's because okay, this is Saturday night, Saturday. Some people work, some people can't.
That's true.
Look, the world is 24 hours now. It's not like it used to be where most people worked, unless you were a specific night worker, you worked at the postal service, you were a fireman, or but now it's just all around the clock, and jobs are fragmented now. These days it's hard, and I just want to say this one part. It used to be where a person can get out of high school. Let's just take a man per se, right? He gets out of high school and he says, you know what? I want to go down to the warehouse downtown and fill out an application. And he ends up working 20 years, gets a pension, can take care of most of everything.
And raising a family with children.
Yes. And we had more instances where we were married more, it's proven back in those times, and the mother stayed home, and she might have a little gig or something sometime, a cashier in the 5 and dime store. I'm not just saying it has to be just that, because we had female professionals also, you know what I mean? But it was a lot easier then, and the dollar for a fact was more powerful. And I always repeat this every time I talk. Most of the time I talk, there's a white man who used to ride my bus, and he was a statistician, and he worked for different companies, technically to see projections with sales and different things. And this guy told me, this was back in 2016, and we have it here. I'm gonna have to pull that show up. He called me. We were talking about this stuff because he had great information. He said the 2016 dollar, it was declining from then, so it's got to be worse. The 2016 dollar was only 13 cents of the 1973 dollar. 13 cents. The 2016, that was 7 years ago. I'm a little worried to think what it might be now. 7 cents? Because you can go into the supermarket in 1973 and spend 35, 40 bucks and come up with 2 carts of food. You get $50. You get all on the bottom, 2 carts, yeah, and get change. Now you go to McDonald's, not that you should be eating McDonald's, but you bring a couple of kids, you bring your kids, you bring a couple of kids. $50 is not enough for the one fake meal with the kids. We cooked more, we vibed more. There was more food, there was more. Now we got to bust up behind both people on 2 jobs and maybe 1 part-time job. Nobody's getting any sleep. We don't have family time anymore. We're not around the table, the dinner table with the whole family. The kids have to have accountability when that time came. So they were scared. They weren't going to do anything bad. Now we're bumping into each other in the bathroom. Oh, you in the bathroom? Yeah, I'll be out soon. Yo, I'll see you Saturday. And it's Wednesday. All y'all do is just go in there and sleep and leave. You see what I mean?
Yes.
It's crazy. I remember that world. I remember, man, this world is lonely and deficient of real people and time. And it was a balance then. Now everybody's all coked up to stay up, sniffing cocaine, doing drugs, sexed out, freaked out, don't know who they are, cutting the genitals off and saying this is it. It's crazy. I don't know. Look, I don't know this world. Look, you see, even though you may be the age that you are, right? And I'm the age that I am, mentally, I'm closer to you. You understand? Because of the way I was raised. So I can go back. Oh, somebody's calling you.
Someone's calling you?
Oh, somebody's calling you, I heard.
Oh, you hear my cat. She has gone from jumping on the desk to licking my leg, and now she's crying. Now, mind you, these cats are never hungry because
I know you treat them well.
They have a self-feeder of dry food that is always full, but they are spoiled.
Well, I see the size of them.
Canned food.
I see the size of them. Well fed. Yep. But one thing I want you to do before we go, I'm going to say, if you have my website up or anything on the screen on your computer, if you leave it on, take it down, because those cats are going to try to scratch me up because of all the time I keep you away from them. Okay.
So, beloveds, anyone in the chat room or anyone viewing the show right now, I love you. I cherish you. In more ways than one, I live for you. I'm doing what I'm put here to do. Yes. You have no idea how hard I work for y'all. Seriously. I had a little something going on. So I went to my doctor, and the doctor sent me to the I've forgotten the name of whatever it is, but neurologist, right? And he sent me through several. Are you still there? Oh,
yes.
He sent me through several tests. Came back and said, "You got a problem, but it's not what you think. You're sleep deprived."
Wow. Well, you can take care of that.
And I asked him, what do you mean? He said, "You're sleep deprived. And you need a hearing aid." Well,
I mean, look, you got You got people 50 years younger need hearing aids.
Well, it's not, you know, I did order a hearing aid. He said, just get a cheap one. And what you think is a problem will go away. But he said, I'm sleep deprived.
I could believe
You
that.
need, because I get up around 8 or 8:30, and I go to bed around 3.
I wake up early and sometimes now go to bed later. I came up in the mountains to have peace and rest. I do get good sleep, but I'm so excited of having the time to do what I do. If I go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, I'll jump on the computer, see what I need to do, and then sit there for 2 hours and go back to sleep. So I understand. It's so exciting to have something to focus on, to have the time to do it. And the atmosphere that I'm in is so peaceful, I do more. But I always did stuff when
being in America, this place eats up your time.
Yeah, no, it does.
And I know what it's like not to be in America.
Oh, you know, I know.
I'm more productive in Africa. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for example, in Africa, I had someone taking care of my vegetable garden.
Mm-hmm.
I had someone cooking my food occasionally.
Right.
Washing the dishes, doing my laundry, ironing my clothes. So once I left my university office, now I'm free to go home, eat something nice, walk around outside, talk to friends and neighbors for maybe an hour or two, and then come back inside and do research,
right,
some writing, and all of that. But here, no way. Someone's knocking at the door. The telephone is going. These sales calls. I've got to do my own laundry. I've got to do my own everything. And even though I cook once a week, okay, and I just warm up a plate, right, each day with some different sides and salad and all that. I do that once a week.
Right.
In order to keep my energy up, I make a pot of coffee. My Ethiopian friends got me hooked on iced coffee. So I like it cold. So I make a pot of it. I have a special refrigerator jar. And when I need some coffee first thing in the morning, I pour a glass of coffee. Or if I need to be, perked up something, I pour half a glass of coffee late in the evening. I can't drink it too much because it gives me a rash. But the doctor said I'm sleep deprived because this is my way of life. And
Right.
It has been for decades. But I'm older now. And my energy is waning.
Yeah.
In my head, I'm thinking I'm still 45 or 50. I can't go like that anymore.
Well, you look better than most 45 or 50-year-olds. But the thing too, when you come out here again and you get closer to nature, that's going to help a whole lot, And for me, it was hard because when I was working a full-time job and driving the bus and working in jails and prisons and coming home, I was doing a lot. I'd come home in the wee hours and do a 4-hour show, wake up and do a 3-hour show, then go to work again. But now I can focus on quality. I can focus on doing more in a measured way. So this is why even tomorrow, and I'll leak that out, that I'm going to make my schedule so I can do round the clock what I need to do, because I'm about to get into a boot camp of content creation, and every minute's going to count. And so I'm going to allot some time for the relaxation, but it's easy to relax out here. but my mind wants to go hard all the
Very
time.
easy.
Yeah. You see,
Very
so
easy.
I'm my own
And
worst enemy,
the
burning the candle
atmosphere,
at both ends.
mhm, the
So I'm right there.
atmosphere is clear. It's
Yeah,
quiet at night. The
uh,
only thing you hear is the sound of various sounds of nature. You hear
exactly.
certain,
Yeah,
certain nocturnal birds will sing, and
yeah.
the frog chorus and the crickets are always
Yeah, they're
there.
all out there mating. You know, when I lay down at night, and even now I'm hearing it, but this mic is not going to pick it up. They were out there making an animalistic remix of Donna Summer's "Love to Love You Baby." All these animals. Well, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Nature channel all around me.
Yeah, we're healthier when we go home.
Yeah,
And it's
the
worth
air.
putting up with certain inconveniences
Yeah,
because
there's
we're
no
at
problem.
peace.
Yeah,
You know, there is nothing about, there's nothing like freedom and peace. And knowing that you have neighbors who have adopted you, who see you as a friend of, as family members sometimes. They look out for you. But we're just extending this show. So,
yeah.
Lance,
Rest.
my son, thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you
Beloved,
so much.
wherever you are, I love you. You take care until we match up again.
Yes. Always. Thank you. Have a good night's rest. And we're
Yes.
waiting for the next one already. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Much love to you. All right. Bye-bye.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. to America, we were living in the east. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.